Yang berbahagia Datuk Chu Yan Mei, Chairperson of the Organizing Committee and Chairman of Module 1, Yang Berusaha Professor Leong Wai, a member of the Organizing Committee and Chairperson of Module 2, Yang berbahagia Datuk Ambiga Srinivasan, keynote speaker and distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the conference on National Conference on Contribution to National Development by Malaysian Women Scientists 2021. Now this is done in celebration of International Women's Day 2021. Now it is organized by MINDS, Malaysian Invention and Design Society. This society has been set up in 1987 to promote inventiveness among Malaysians, promote creativity, invention, and innovation. And consistent with this objective, we have been organizing the International Invention, Innovation, and Technology Exhibition every year for the last more than 30 years, and it's called ITEX. ITEX, we have participation by individuals, schools, universities, research institutes, and the industry. And we promote excellence in research. Consistent with this idea of promoting excellence in research, we have started activity called Nobel Forum. And in fact, our Nobel Forum 2 will be held on the 10th of March. Now, for we also want to target an inventiveness of a big sector of population, the women, and we created LadyMINDS, of which Dr. Chu Yan Mei is a chairperson. And so in order to achieve this objective, we decided that every year we'll celebrate the role of women scientists in Malaysia, and hence we have organized an inaugural conference on the role of women to national development in Malaysia in 2019, and this is our second conference, and we hope to do it very yearly. Now, to make this possible, I want to acknowledge the support we have received from some organization. I will mention the organization Silver Lake Symmetry and Technology Research, Sunan Berhad, L'Oreal Malaysia, Sunan Berhad, the Institution of Engineering and Technology, in short IET Malaysia, of which the chairperson of the Malaysian branch is Professor Leong. Now, without much ado, I would like to hand over to Yang Bahagia Datuk Chu Yan Mei, chairperson of LadyMIND, to conduct the proceedings of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for your kind words. Good morning, Yang berbahagia, Academician Tan Sri Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Augustine Ong, President MINDS, Yang berbahagia Datuk Ambika Srinivasan, Professor Dr. Leong, Dr. Ravi Kadavi, honored guests, the distinguished speakers, participants, my council members, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to chair the keynote address and session 1 of the conference today. The keynote address will be delivered by none other than Yang berbahagia Datuk Ambika, the recipient of the MINDS 2020 Outstanding Women Lifetime Achievement Award. Dato' Ambika is a world-renowned public figure and prominent human rights advocate who has contributed tremendously to our nation. Without much ado, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Ravi Katavi, MINDS Council member, to do a citation for Dato' Ambika. Dr. Ravi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dato' Chu Yun Mei, Chairperson of the Organizing Committee and Vice President of MINDS. A very good morning, Tan Sri Augustine Ong, President of MINDS, eminent scientists, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for me to give the citation for Dato' Ambika Srinivasan, recipient of the 2020-2021 MINDS Outstanding Woman Lifetime Achievement Award. I shall be sharing a PowerPoint presentation to complement the citation. Today, MINDS salutes women scientists by organizing and hosting the National Conference on Contributions to National Development by Malaysian Women Scientists in conjunction with International Women's Day. The theme for the International Women's Day in 2020 was I am Generation Equality, Realizing Women's Rights. For this year, the theme is Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World. The pandemic has highlighted the exemplary contribution of women, be it at the front lines as healthcare workers, innovators, national leaders, or activists and voices of reason. One person who stands tall in the front lines of justice is Dato' Ambika Srinivasan, who has fearlessly fought for justice and equality in a pre- and current COVID-19 world. Just last month, she jointly penned an opinion piece in The Age entitled Stethoscope, Strengthening Malaysia's Pandemic Laws. She articulated the importance of strengthening the Prevention and Control of Infectious Diseases Act 1998, as she viewed it as the most relevant legislation for a pandemic in efforts to equip the country for the coming years of COVID-19. There is a saying that goes, it is hard to be a woman. You must think like a man, act like a lady, look like a young girl, and work like a horse. Ladies and gentlemen, Dato' Ambika has done just that. She has shattered gender barriers, is the perfect lady, looks vibrant and energetic, and has worked harder than any horse. Being a lawyer by profession, she has been a formidable warrior for the rule of law and for respect of human rights through the law. In 2007, Dato' Ambika became the second only female to be elected as the president of the Malaysian Bar Council. Wasting no time, within 6 months of her appointment, she organized the March for Justice, calling for judicial reform and investigation into the infamous tape allegedly showing a prominent lawyer fixing judicial appointments and case assignments of judges. Her unflagging efforts resulted in a Royal Commission of Inquiry and finding of a need for corrective action. During her tenure as president of the Malaysian Bar Council from 2007 to 2009, she played a key role in leading the Bar Council in establishing a panel of eminent persons together with Law Asia, the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute, and Transparency International. This panel reviewed the 1988 judicial crisis and issued a report which was the first of its kind, thus setting an important precedent for organizations to establish their own panels to investigate abuses of power. Dato' Ambika is a fierce advocate of religious freedom and women's rights. She courageously fought to amend the federal constitution so that the testimony of a woman carried equal weightage to that of a man in the Sharia court. And she succeeded. In 2009, Ambika received the US Secretary of State's International Women of Courage Award from Hillary Clinton. Then First Lady Michelle Obama was the guest speaker at the event, which honored women around the world who have shown leadership, courage, resourcefulness, and willingness to sacrifice for others, especially in promoting women's rights. Dato Ambika is a strong advocate for electoral and institutional reform and an active member of the Coalition for Clean and Fair Elections, known as BERSE. She was the co-chair of BERSE 2 and organized the Walk for Democracy BERSE 2 rally held on 9th July 2011, calling for fairer, more democratic and transparent elections. It has been said that courage can be contagious, and it was estimated that between 10,000 and over 20,000 people turned up in Kuala Lumpur. It awakened the Malaysian diaspora and galvanized a global gathering spanning major cities across the world, where Malaysians were united as one. Police arrested more than 1,600 protesters in Kuala Lumpur, including Dato Ambika. For all her efforts, Dato Ambika has received death threats, hate mail, calls for her citizenship to be revoked, had a Molotov cocktail thrown at her house, and more. Do you think these worried Dato Ambika? Of course they did. But did they stop her from soldiering on in her crusade for a fairer Malaysia? No. In 2011, she was bestowed the Knight of the Legion of Honor by the French government for her work in advancing human rights. The Legion of Honor is the highest French order of merit, both military and civil, and was established in 1802 by none other than Napoleon Bonaparte. In 2011, she was awarded an honorary doctorate in law by the University of Exeter, her alma mater. In 2018, she was appointed as the commissioner of the prestigious International Commission of Jurists, renowned for its rigorous defense of the rule of law. In the same year, she received the United Nations Award for her contribution to human rights and good governance, one of the 3 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. The following year, she was the recipient of the 4th Commonwealth Rule of Law Award, a biennial award recognizing individuals or organizations who had made an outstanding contribution to the rule of law, which had impact both within their own country and to the broader Commonwealth. In giving her the award, it was indicated, Ambika Srinivasan has been a fearless advocate of human rights and the rule of law for more than 2 decades. She has the ability to bring people together and empower them to create a better Malaysia. The Asia Business Law Journal listed her as one of Malaysia's top 100 lawyers in 2020, and that really comes as no surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, the list of Dato Ambika's achievements and accolades go on and on. Today, she serves on the Executive Committee of the Women's Aid Organization and the Bar Council Special Committee on Orang Asli Rights. Social service is in her DNA. As scientists, we ask ourselves, is it nature or nurture that has created this amazing individual? The answer is a combination of both, or in scientific jargon, it is an epigenetic phenomenon of nature via nurture. Dato Ambika's late parents, whom I had the pleasure of personally knowing, were amazing individuals who had thinking hearts and feeling brains. They were both socially responsible and did a lot of charity work. Their core values of integrity, commitment, and empathy for the downtrodden represent the foundation of who Dato Ambika is. Her father, the late academician Datuk Dr. Srinivasan, was a senior fellow of the Academy of Sciences, Malaysia, and was a powerful force in the development of the medical services in Malaysia. He was responsible for setting up the Institute of Urology and Nephrology in General Hospital, Kuala Lumpur, and trained the first generation of urologists in the country. He was a Hunterian professor at the Royal College of Surgeons of England and a centenary professor at the University of Adelaide. He had a string of awards and accolades and was the first recipient of the Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad Meritorious Award in 2005 from the Academy of Medicine of Malaysia. As the saying goes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. One of Dato Srinivasan's greatest gifts to Malaysia is Dato Ambika. She has been described as one of 13 women who shaped Malaysia, 10 inspirational Malaysian activists who changed the nation, 9 inspiring women to know in Malaysia, 5 extraordinary Malaysian activists that have made a difference. In 2013, she was listed as one of the 10 most powerful women in Malaysia. There was, of course, no competing for number 1 post then. Dato Ambika herself expressed surprise at being on that list. But it really is no surprise, as she indeed has the power to inspire and move the nation and has made tremendous social contribution to the country. As a fearless champion of justice and defense of the rule of law, she has brought dignity and leadership to the legal profession. Today, we celebrate the achievement of outstanding Malaysian women scientists, including social scientists in the field of law, in conjunction with International Women's Day. The Malaysian Invention and Design Society MINDS is incredibly honored to present the Outstanding Woman Lifetime Achievement Award to Dato Ambika Srinivasan in recognition of her extraordinary legal skills, exemplary leadership, and indelible imprint on the social, economic, and political fabric of Malaysia. Congratulations, Dato Ambika, and thank you for your unfaltering voice for human rights, gender equality, justice, and the rule of law.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you have been waiting for this moment and are as eager as I am to listen to the keynote address. It is with special excitement that I welcome Dato Ambika to deliver her keynote address. Dato Ambika, the floor is yours.
Academician, Chancery Emeritus Professor, Dato Dr. Augustine S.H. Ong, MINDS President, Dato Dr. Chu Yun Mei, MINDS Vice President, Organizing Committee, and members. For once, I was speechless when I was informed that I was receiving this prestigious, outstanding Woman Lifetime Achievement Award. Speechless because I was overwhelmed that such a respected organization like MINDS deemed me worthy of this award. My grateful thanks to all of you. Thank you very much for this honor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today I will speak to you about the lessons in humanity and democracy amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. The lockdown in 2020 brought to the fore the many fault lines that exist in our society. It also highlighted the severe impact our hectic lives and our greed have had on our environment. During the lockdown, we saw clear blue skies, the sound of birds singing, less air pollution, and less noise pollution. But of course, while many of us were lucky enough to enjoy some of these sights and sounds, others, not too far from where we live, were facing very different circumstances. This includes those who are less visible or invisible or who live in the shadows in our society. The inequalities that exist and which were exacerbated due to the pandemic reflects the true state of affairs in our society. It is something we cannot ignore. A crisis like a pandemic also opens our eyes to the ability of the leadership of a country to handle it and to contain it. Around the world, we have seen that in situations of crisis, like the pandemic, some governments rely more heavily on authoritarian tactics, capitalizing on the uncertainty and fear of the people who are then more willing to trade fundamental liberties for certainty. Coming back to the less fortunate in the pandemic, it is crucial for us to understand the reality that exists in this country between the haves and the have-nots. Vast disparities in income is an existing problem in Malaysia. Poverty also still exists, despite the government's claim that it has been eradicated. The recent visit in August 2019 of the former UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights, Mr. Philip Aston, reignited the debate about poverty in Malaysia. While Mr. Aston acknowledged that Malaysia has made progress against poverty, he found that the claimed national poverty rate of 0.04%, by the way, which is the lowest in the world, was not based on a realistic poverty line and was in fact misleading. It doesn't make sense to any of us, certainly. He found that the poverty line in Malaysia of, wait for it, 980 ringgit per month per household, not per person, was woefully low and outdated, thus debunking our claim to have nearly eliminated poverty. He also found that poverty is not confined to marginalized communities, but was present in urban communities. He urged the government to revise this ridiculously low poverty line and introduce far-reaching reforms of the social protection system. He is right. The discussion about urban poverty in recent years is testament to that. The Bantuan Sara Hidup, or as we know it, BRIM, the handouts of 1,000 ringgit a year is not going to help alleviate poverty, much less allow the poor to feed and clothe themselves adequately. The government has started a Malaysian Social Protection Council under Minister Mustafa Mohamad, focusing on coordinating and streamlining government programs. But eventually, there should be a law that will guarantee a minimum level of state support for all citizens so that there is regular and adequate support for the poor, not just one-off payments, something like perhaps social security or unemployment benefits. The lockdown impacted all of us so differently. Many of us could work from home. That's true. We were lucky. But the factory worker could not. And if you were a daily paid worker, you instantly lost income. Small businesses ground to a halt. Many could not even put food on the table and needed urgent help. Therefore, the lockdown that gave some the luxury of yoga every day, learning cooking, bonding with the family, was a very difficult time for middle income and lower income families, and was disastrous for the homeless, the vulnerable communities, the indigenous communities, the stateless persons, migrant workers, and this is just to name a few. Prisoners was another category of people who saw some of their darkest days with COVID taking hold and rapidly spreading in some of the facilities. Now, as I've said earlier, the vulnerable communities no doubt suffered the most in this pandemic. But the most disappointing aspect of what we saw was the treatment of them, the migrant communities and the vulnerable communities. Now, where migrant workers are concerned, there are about 2 million documented migrant workers and a further estimated 2 to 4 million undocumented migrant workers. Unfortunately, they are the most misunderstood population in Malaysia. I can't understand why. Their contribution to the success of our economy is often forgotten. For some reason, there are many Malaysians who consider them a nuisance. And their treatment by their employers, which includes poor living conditions, poor working conditions, is often disgraceful. When COVID spread, in factories and construction sites, the plight of migrant workers was exposed. In other words, they started to matter when our health was at risk. Before this, their living conditions, their treatment was something that most Malaysians had no knowledge of. Migrant workers, undocumented workers, refugees, and asylum seekers have been singled out as spreaders of COVID and used as scapegoats for the social ills in this country. The lack of sympathy or empathy for their plight by ordinary Malaysians was astounding. Initially, authorities promised no action will be taken against undocumented migrants who came forward for testing, because that was an important part of the process to contain COVID. However, after the EMCOs were imposed, immigration trucks, and we saw that in Masjid India area, immigration trucks carted undocumented migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers all in one go, carted them away and placed them in crowded detention centers where, of course, they were further exposed to COVID outbreaks. The media that reported on this, Al Jazeera, who actually did a full report on their treatment, they were investigated and they were vilified. The migrant worker, Muhammad Rehan Kabir, who spoke out on Al Jazeera about the treatment of all of these migrant workers, was hounded and then unceremoniously bundled off back to his country. Rather than address the humanitarian issues that he had raised and that Al Jazeera had raised, the government went on defensive mode and heaped scorn on Al Jazeera and this poor migrant worker who dared to speak up. Then there were social media campaigns which I couldn't understand. I've never seen this, or I rarely see this. The public response was alarming. What they did on the social media was they vilified this community, the migrant community. There was a campaign calling certain migrants dirty and calling for them, refugees and asylum seekers in particular, to be pushed back into the sea if they came by boat. I was so shocked by this. We decry racism. Many of us decry racism in this country. We don't think it should exist at all. And yet, we were prepared to heap racism and extreme comments upon this vulnerable community, asking for them to be sent back. Of course, I have focused my comments here on a few communities, a few vulnerable communities, but we know there are many others who suffer similar indignities. These indignities are really a violation of human rights. And I know that for many, human rights is a dirty word. Human rightism, someone coined this phrase. And it has been attacked publicly by many leaders because they find human rights a nuisance, because it takes effort to be humane. But let me just read the first paragraph of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It says, whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. This is from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's what human rights is about. It's about treating people with dignity. And it is something that is not difficult to do. It is something we must do if we are to become a more humanitarian society. For when the weakest are uplifted, the whole of society is uplifted. Now, one thing is for sure, we are not going to solve the problem of undocumented migrant workers by simply saying, we will deport them. Why? Because there are 2 to 4 million already in the country. Many of these undocumented workers came in legally, but lost their immigration status through no fault of theirs. Some were cheated by their agents. They pay vast sums of money to unscrupulous agents who cheat them, bring them into the country, promising work, promising legal documentation, and then when they arrive here, they realize they've been abandoned, that all of this was a lie, and they have parted with all their money to these agents. So we really need to take a good, strong look at ourselves and the way we treat migrant workers, the way we bring people into this country in breach of the laws. Because, they were classified as Pati, P-A-T-I. And you could hear our leaders in the course of the pandemic. We don't want illegal people here. Is it that simple? It is such an oversimplification of the actual situation on the ground. So we actually need to probably educate our leaders on some of these issues. Everything for them seems to be just black and white. You're either legal or you're illegal. It's not that simple. And the sooner we educate ourselves and we educate our leaders on all of these issues, as well as the internationally accepted norms in situations like this, the better for them. A massive cleanup is required in our immigration system. And I think employers must be held accountable. Now, when the workers are going back to work, we are finding out now actually that so many of them live in the most cramped conditions, overcrowded dormitory type living quarters, a lack of the necessary facilities for them to live comfortably and healthily. So all of these things now are coming out in the open, and that's a good thing. Because we need to insist that employers provide all workers, and in particular migrant workers whom they house, the best possible facilities. Now, another group who suffered disproportionately in the pandemic is women. Women already live in unequal conditions in Malaysia. They earn less, they save less, they hold less secure jobs. Women-led households are thus less able to withstand economic shocks compared to men. A UNICEF study in Malaysia of 500 B40 households in August 2020 found that 16% of households had enough savings to last more than 3 months. But when looking at female-led households, this figure dropped to only 5%. So in other words, they were just living month to month. They had nothing in savings for a rainy day. Cultural and patriarchal norms also still expect women to bear the brunt of household responsibilities, like cooking and cleaning and taking care of children and elderly parents. Even if they have full-time jobs, it generally falls on the shoulders of the women. Then, of course, is the very worrying aspect of domestic violence. And this is a worldwide phenomenon. Domestic violence rose during the pandemic. And of course, it is exacerbated because of the economic stress and strains during the pandemic. Imagine, if you will, for one moment, if you wanted to understand what it is they go through. An abused woman living in a small flat somewhere on the 21st floor with her abuser 24/7 during that time when we had the most severe lockdown. Basically, she is trapped. But kudos to organizations like Women's Aid and others who raised this issue and encouraged women in these situations to reach out to them via telephone and email. Because that is a recognized category of persons who suffered the most in this pandemic. Yet, it is the women leaders around the world who have fared the best in controlling COVID-19. I don't need to name them. We are all in awe of these women who have managed to bring it under control, dealt with it with empathy, humanity, efficiently, and they managed to contain COVID-19. And yet, in Malaysia, we cannot even ensure equal payment for women. We have a long way to go. Then the other problem that arose during the pandemic was education inequality. This was also another eye-opener, because again it brought to the fore the problems that many children face many children in poorer families face when it comes to access to the best in education. So the stark reality here, children from B40 households, and more so in female-led households, have found it difficult to have access to devices or to the internet to continue their education online. We all know about this. In July 2020, the Education Minister said in Parliament that based on a survey between March and April 2020, 37% of students did not possess any devices to follow online lessons. So when we talk about online lessons and how wonderful it is, we forget. Some people don't even have the basic devices required. They don't have Wi-Fi. So this lack of connectivity then came to the forefront. So in a sense, the pandemic actually highlighted all the weaknesses that we have in this regard. We all know about Viviana Mosibin, who camped overnight in a tree in Sabah to get data signal to do a test. In Kelantan, a father set up a shelter on a hilltop for his undergraduate daughter to take her exams. Some parents have also had to take their children after school to sit outside so that they can use the school Wi-Fi. There were limited classes available on television, and it wasn't until very recently, a few weeks ago, that the Ministry of Education launched Didik TV, a dedicated channel for e-learning. Of course, this is just as all the children are going back to school. Now, the gap between these students with limited devices and internet and those who have been able to seamlessly continue their studies online will widen the gap even more, creating long-term inequalities and disparities in the future. So this is a very key area that we must look at, and we can look at. We have to bring all our students to the same level where they can all access the same level of education. For this, we need significant investment, but it is an investment we must make and an investment we have no choice, actually, but to plan for long term. Now I want to come to a topic that scientists will appreciate. Climate change. What has climate change got to do with the pandemic? I explain. Now, I started out earlier by speaking about clear blue skies. You remember those days right at the beginning. While writing this article, of course, unfortunately, I noticed the haze creeping back. I don't know if all of you have. Caused by our own open burning in the Kuala Langat forest area. Our actions have caused this, and we immediately see the impact. Blue skies cannot last if we don't do what it takes to keep them that way. Now, we have been warned that the scale of global disruption unleashed by COVID is nothing compared to what climate change will do. Now, Bill Gates, who predicted the pandemic, by the way, many years before it happened, Bill Gates recently said, and he has shifted his focus to climate change. He has written a book on it. And he said this: there are two numbers you need to know about climate change. The first is 51 billion. The other is 0. 51 billion is how many tons of greenhouse gases the world typically adds to the atmosphere every year. 0 is what we need to aim for to stop the warming and avoid the worst effects of climate change. That's the task ahead. That's the task ahead. And we have very little time to reverse the damage that we are doing. I would now like to play a video for you to illustrate the point.
अब बचता है अब डरता है क्या है कोई जवान है कौन है जिम्मेदार तुझको देना है हिसाब आशा जो फीकी है धुंधली उम्मीद बंधी इससे कल की बदलाव ही मंजिल है अदली चल जीवन का
ए लड़की ये रुक
So there you have it. The river revolted. To me, the forced lockdown seems to be nature rebelling against humans. It was as if nature forced upon us an imprisonment. It's as if nature said, look, we're going to lock these humans up so that she could heal. We were not doing it of our own accord, so she had to act. If you had to imagine nature having a voice in this. In Malaysia, we're not serious about climate change. We're not serious about pollution reduction. We may have pockets of people who talk about it, but not enough is being done. We have too many instances of our water sources being polluted. Those of us who live in the Klang Valley will be all too familiar with the water cuts in Selangor for days on end, all because of contamination. We are not the only state to face a water crisis, though. Data from the Department of Environment showed that in July 2020, 16 of the 25 countries' dirtiest rivers were to be found in Johor. As most of Johor's raw water supply is sourced from rivers, activists warn that a severe water crisis is looming if this issue is not addressed. Of course, none of us can forget the March 2019 pollution of the Kim Kim River in Johor when chemical waste was illegally dumped into the river, releasing toxic fumes. And in fact, this is one of the key reasons why rivers get so polluted, particularly where factories are built on the or are near the riverbank. Now, these toxic fumes poisoned hundreds of school children, landing them in hospital, some into the ICU, with breathing difficulties and vomiting. While a few people have been prosecuted for these toxic spills, the question is why they keep happening again and again and again. Evidently, those that are caught are just a small proportion of the number who are actually involved in illegal dumping. Clearly, there is ineffective enforcement, possibly corruption, that leads to this illegal dumping. Now, as long as the illegal dumpers think they will not get caught, or that they will get away lightly, or that they can buy their way out of the situation, this will never stop. So, honest enforcement must take place. For example, even the open burning that is taking place in the Kuala Langat Forest Reserve, the only information we're getting is that they have picked up a few people for this open burning. We have no further information as to how this was even allowed to happen in a forest reserve. Now, the right to clean air, water, and environment is actually a constitutional right. That makes sense because it's all encompassed under the right to life. And that must be right, because what is life if you have to suffer the consequences of pollution and climate change? A 1996 judgment held that Article 5 of our federal constitution, that's a right to life, includes the right to live in a reasonably healthy and pollution-free environment. Some countries have even amended their constitutions to incorporate this right, the right to clean air and water. Why can't we do it here? We've done an amendment previously where we brought in non-discrimination against gender. It was a big step. It was a long time ago. But now, given our current situation, this amendment is something that we must have a conversation about. We must learn our lessons from this pandemic and take the climate crisis seriously. Our food security, by the way, is another important issue. And I would urge the scientists to look into this more carefully. Were you aware that we imported nearly 50 to 60 billion ringgit worth of vegetables, many of which we can grow locally? So it is an unsustainable situation. And we need to focus on agriculture and farming and bring in sustainable methods to elevate the farming methods and the farming community. So, access to clean water and the air that we breathe are basically under increasing threat. That will lead to problems in the economy, education, healthcare. There is research to show that there is definite temperature increase in Malaysia. It's evident from what we're seeing around us, but there are papers written about it. And there is a discussion that it affects healthcare because it increases diseases. It increases dengue, for example. So everything will be impacted. We're not seeing it now as much, but it will happen. And it is already happening. But it will be even worse if we don't do something about it. And of course, drier weather means more forest fires. Although the recent one is nothing to do with dry weather, it was a deliberate act. So, and that in turn affects air quality. We know that too, because that's what we get from the Indonesian forest fires. where it is not even just that it's not even contained within one country, it affects the whole region. So, despite the stark realities of climate change, we are still talking about land reclamation in Penang and Malacca and other parts of Malaysia, knowing that it will affect fishing stock and biodiversity. It can only damage. Land reclamation cannot do any good to life in the sea. There is talk, of course I've mentioned it again, there's a big debate about cutting down the Kuala Langat Forest Reserve for purposes of construction of buildings and high-rises. So this burning seems to be coincidental. Now there is also talk, there was in fact talk of doing the same in Taman Rimba Kiara. But there, the residents went to court. They lost at the first level, but thankfully, the Court of Appeal came up with an excellent, wide-ranging judgment, giving the right to residents to take developers to court, as well as DBKR to court, and question why they gave the approval for the project. It's one of the first few strong judgments on the issue of environment. Now, we still seem to lack respect for our environment, despite all these lessons that we have learned. We know that we can be happy if we live in harmony with nature. As I say, just look at the situation after the lockdown when we've got blue skies, etc. The air cleared. And so quickly we could destroy it when we allowed the open burning. So quickly it changed the air. So we know what we can have. We have seen it. Because the skies were clear of aeroplanes, and so, as I say, nature just wanted to shut us all down, shut the humans down, so that she could heal. And we saw what that looked like. And yet, my real worry is that we're not going to care, and that we're going to proceed with all these projects that will destroy the environment. As I say, we know where we can be if we live in harmony with nature. If nature is happy, we will be happy. Now, when I spoke to young people, I can tell you what concerns them, and I asked them, what is it that concerns you most about the world today? Their answer very quickly, climate change. A majority of them, climate change. They are really worried and concerned. And they are anxious about the issue of climate change. I don't blame them. Look at what we've done to the planet that we're handing to them. So we better wake up to the fact that the youth, priorities of the youth are very different from us. Now, one of the other issues is what happened in Malaysia during the pandemic to our system of government and governance. So COVID-19 was not the only virus that was developing in 2020. We were simultaneously facing the virus of political uncertainty. It was a double whammy for us. The Sheraton move in March 2020 was a terrible jolt for Malaysians after the highs of GE14. Malaysians voted in one government, but ended up with a totally different configuration as individuals freely changed alliances. One of the most significant impacts of this is that people have now lost faith in their vote. They question the point of voting for MPs if they are so free to jump parties? So we urgently need, and preferably before the next elections, we need legislation to stop this behavior of party hopping. One way of doing that is to bring in recall elections. Recall elections means when you switch parties, your constituents can actually vote to insist on fresh elections in that constituency. So I know many people are saying, and we know that the general elections could well be upon us anytime after the COVID-19 ends or is under control. They say, I don't feel like voting. I just don't feel my vote counts. MPs don't respect their mandate. They do what they want. They behave as they like. I urge all Malaysians, please, don't make that mistake. All Malaysians who are eligible to vote must vote. Please vote. Continue to believe in this sacred right. At least use your vote to indicate your disgust and displeasure and to punish those who breached your voting rights. The PM government took charge in a very uncertain time when people were facing the huge challenge of the pandemic. One of the acts of the PM government that was disheartening, there were many, but this one was one of the most disheartening, when they removed many women from leadership positions. These highly qualified women were replaced by men, most of whose qualifications and capabilities do not come close to these women who were removed. So that's one of my complaints about this government. The lack of diversity, gender diversity, racial diversity. And of course, in the handling of the pandemic, initially, very well handled. We can't deny that. When there was the total lockdown and the numbers came right down. And they relied on the science and they had left it to the Director General of Health to handle it. But recently, with the second and third wave, we seem to have lost our way. Something has happened. I don't understand the lack of direction. It's not just the lack of direction, it's the lack of information, the lack of clarity. I don't know how many of you know the difference between CMCO and EMCO. I've lost count. I don't know the difference. I can't remember the difference. Then, of course, there are U-turns, SOPs changing, last-minute announcements, and so many missteps and indecisions. So, with the vaccine rollout, what is it we're seeing now? And this, I have some concern for this. I'm all for the vaccine. I've registered for it. Well, I think I've registered for it because I'm not sure whether my Sejahterra actually, it looked like they got my application, but apparently I need to update it again. So I'm all for the vaccination program, and I'm very, very concerned at the low take-up numbers. Not enough people have been registering for the vaccine. Why is that? Of course, you can see the government going on and on about anti-vaxxers. It's not the anti-vaxxers alone. They may have some effect. But there seems to be a trust deficit where this is concerned. And this the government must address. And instead of which you get statements like, if you don't turn up after registering, we're going to prosecute you. And then, of course, you see the government using the heavy hand all the time. People who breach SOPs get fined, 1,000 ringgit. They can't, that's probably a whole month's salary for some. So, because they send out mixed messages, they're not being welcoming, they're not encouraging and bringing people on board for the vaccination. It's because they're using the heavy hand in many instances. And of course, there are other reasons, which we all know too well. People do not trust the program. And that is something the government must immediately address. Immediately. Give more information. Do it. Tell people more about the vaccinations. Not just, oh, you don't have any choice, we're getting these 5, that's it, you take it, or that's it. Explain it to them. Bring them on board. And I think lead by leadership. Lead by example. Follow the SOPs. You want us to follow the SOPs? Leaders, please follow the SOPs yourself. They don't, by the way. We've seen so many infringements of that and nothing happens to them. So these are the things that undermined the relationship between the government and the people at a time when that relationship is key to getting this pandemic under control. We also can see that the PN government took to issuing an emergency declaration, which in my view is immensely challengeable, and it's in court at the moment, so I'll say no more. That was not necessary. It looks like the only reason for it was, in fact, so that Parliament doesn't have to sit. And of course, we've recently heard from the Minister of Law that they're not sitting because people are vulnerable. Parliamentarians are vulnerable. I don't understand this. Everything else is opened up. This doesn't make sense. It's better not to give a bad reason than it's better not to give a reason than to give a bad reason. And this is a bad reason. So there have been many infringements and inroads into some of our rights. We don't see any progress in the enacting of legislation or in the repealing of oppressive laws. All of that has ground to a halt. Well, okay, pandemic, and that's your fine. But we expect to see that in a democracy. Now, I'm going to talk about 2 things very quickly. The racism, which to me is a persistent problem, and we seem to be stuck. Malaysia is stuck in this spiral of race-based rhetoric, when really we should be concentrating on a more equal society regardless of race. While some politicians are busy pitting us against them, there has been a growing underclass in Malaysia of all races who live completely different lives from the politicians who purport to care for them. Their plight has really come to the forefront in this pandemic. So the time has come for us to shift our priorities. Forget about race. Forget about extremism. We need to usher in a new type of politics that believes in equality, that believes in humanity. The days of racist rhetoric and extremist behavior must end. It does this country no good. We have bigger problems ahead of us and we need to unite to face them together. And Malaysia is better with diversity. Diversity, and the government will be better with diversity. Diversity enriches, racism and gender discrimination diminishes and destroys. And of course, we have to also confront one of our biggest problems, endemic problems, the big C. Not cancer, corruption. I don't need to say much about that. I have said that, I have talked about it in many other forums. But I really think, ladies and gentlemen, that this is becoming, unfortunately, something that is being accepted. Maybe when it's very, very extreme, we don't accept it. But on a lower scale, we see our society seems to have mainstreamed it. We accept it as something that is, it's okay. You take a little bit of money, you cream a little bit, we're fine. Just don't cream half of it or 3/4 of it, and we're okay with that. That cannot be how we operate. So I would encourage you, and I know that Datuk Husamuddin of Sina Harian has started a campaign called the Raswa Busters. And I think we must support him, and we must support all efforts to deal with this issue of corruption. So, after all this bad news, you will be right in asking me, so do we have any hope? Of course we have hope. And I'll tell you where my hope lies. And really, I got this from an article in your newsletter, the Minds newsletter, when you talked about foot-operated dispensers for sanitizers being one invention with an interesting design. And you stated here in your newsletter, it was a group of young kids who had invented and showcased such a device 1 year ago during ITEX 2019. And then, of course, I was flipping through the newsletter, and there's so many wonderful ideas and inventions that Minds is looking into. So this is where our hope lies. It lies in people like you who believe in science, who are looking for solutions all the time. It lies in our children. Our hope lies in our children. Look at them. Direct their attention to being creative and to actually contributing to society in a meaningful way. There's no need to talk to them about racism, etc. Just shift their attention to doing these sorts of things. So I congratulate Minds actually for being there, to encourage such talent. And of course, the youth are different. The youth have social media, they have the internet. They are exposed to everything that is happening around the world. They're not going to accept answers from you that we accepted when we were younger and didn't have all this information. Of course, so much information is not necessarily always a good thing. But the point is, their priorities are different. Their priority is saving the planet, many of them. That's why you have someone as young as Greta Thunberg and her friends fighting against climate change, fighting to preserve life on this planet. So that's where our hope lies. And I will end with an article written, with a passage from an article written by Arundhati Roy. And I would encourage you to read it. It's about, she wrote this during the pandemic. And I'll read her closing words. And I quote, "Historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us. Or we can walk through lightly, with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it." Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' Ambika, for your excellent talk on various approaches to address the income, health, education, and gender inequality during this pandemic, as well as drawing our attention to the even more challenging global issue of climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, since this is a keynote paper, there will not be a Q&A session. Once again, thank you so much, Dato' Ambika, for your time and very insightful lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence session 1 of the conference. Now, there are 3 papers in this session to be presented by 3 eminent scientists covering the topics of architecture or built environment, dentistry, and microbiology. Each speaker will be given 20 minutes, and all the Q&A will be taken together at the end of session 1. Distinguished participants, if you have any question, please kindly put into the comment section, indicating your name and affiliation and the speakers whom you wish to address to. It is now my pleasure to invite architect Alma Sama to deliver her lecture entitled The Evolution of Architecture Needs, Building Materials and Technology of the Times. Ladies and gentlemen, architect Alma Sama is an award-winning architect and is currently the managing director of Alma's Architect Sendirian Bahar. Now, she has 36 years of experience in the industry and has been involved in 250 design works in Malaysia. A major theme of her design is sustainability. Please welcome Architect Almas.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, Tan Sri, Professor Augustine Ong, Dato Ambiga, esteemed speakers, and fellow audience. Thank you, Minds, for inviting me, an architect, to speak at this lecture together with the amazing women scientists here. In keeping with the spirit of the conference on contribution to national development by Malaysian women scientists, I'm happy that architecture is seen as a science in a tight marriage with art and creativity. I would like to quickly take you through architecture through the ages, emphasizing the need for architecture in those times and the technology that produced it, ending with our present situation in the midst of a pandemic and how architecture may contribute to a better built environment. Back in 3050 BC in Egypt, the pyramids were built as a tomb for the pharaohs for them to ascend the final journey to the heavens. Simple machines were invented to aid the construction process, example, rams and levers to transport blocks of stones and mount them. As man evolved, there became a need to fortify themselves from the enemies. The Acropolis in 447 BC, besides being a military base, was the mythical home of the gods and a symbol of democracy. New technology like the hydraulic system was invented to lift huge stones for construction. As with the advent of modern religion, there was a need for spiritual fulfillment. The Hagia Sophia was built first as a church, then converted to a mosque, a museum, and back to a mosque. The technology of huge, elegant domes, articulated play of light and shadow, and the construction of the intricate mural arches and pillars contribute to the architectural form. The beautiful Alhambra Palace in Granada in Spain was a palace, a fortress, and a citadel built in 1238. The need to impress power meant more elaborate decoration and expression of the aesthetics. The golden ratio, a mathematical masterpiece, was used in the development of its spatial and pattern design. A complex water conveyance system using channels, hydraulics, and a dam to supply the whole citadel with water to store and irrigate all its gardens and fountains. Fast forward to the emergence of the Industrial Revolution 1760 to 1840. Starting in 1784 with Industry 1.0, with mechanization and the innovation of the steam engine, moving to Industry 2.0 in 1870 with mass production, assembly lines, and the introduction of electrical energy. Industry 3.0 in 1969 with leaps into automation, computers, and electronics. Now with Industry 4.0, we move into the digital age with cyber physical systems, Internet of Things, and networks. The progresses during the Industrial Revolution led to the construction of the first wrought iron structure in Paris. the Eiffel Tower in 1887 to 1889 to mark the centennial of the French Revolution. 7,000 metric tons of wrought iron was used to build the tallest tower of its time. With the Industrial Revolution came urban migration as more workers moved to the town and cities to be nearer to their place of work. There was a need to house these people in the early terrace houses for artisan and railway workers. These homes were built in 1896, the same year as the Bangunan Sultan Abdul Samad was built in Kuala Lumpur. Technology in brickmaking was more advanced to cope with growing demand. Polishing of glass for windows became essential, as well as the use of electricity in homes in 1878. There was a need to squeeze more people into every square feet of land in the city so that the invention of lifts or escalators houses more than 2 stories were able to be built. Post-World War II, there was political unrest as there was a need to house city dwellers who had lost their homes to bombs. The Unité d'Habitation is a fine example by the iconic French architect Le Corbusier to house the masses in Marseille. This was the start of the modular system of mass housing inspired by brutalism. Here in Kuala Lumpur, the Pekeliling flats were built in 1964 to 1967 to house low-income families so that they may be close to their places of work. Sadly, it was demolished somewhere in between 2014 and 2015. So what are the challenges of our times now? It's the climate crisis. Carbon pollution from fossil fuels is causing temperature to rise. Raising temperatures cause glaciers to melt. I'm sure many of you had seen the videos of the glaciers break in India, Uttarakhand on 7 February 2021. When glaciers melt, water levels rise. Rise in air temperature will cause temperature over land and oceans to rise. Humidity rises. When ocean temperatures rise, ocean life will be compromised. Similarly, when ice caps melt, polar bears and other Arctic animals lose their home and food source. The food chain will be affected. So what is the impact of global warming? Severe weather, rising sea levels, declining water quality, reduced agricultural yields because of drought, forest fires, air pollution leading to allergies and asthma, spread of vector-borne disease like the pandemic now, and destruction of corals. So what do we do about this? What are our sustainable development goals? We're looking at green building design, which will contribute to climate resilient infrastructure, which will run on renewable energy, reduce emissions, use circular principles when services aren't wasted, save water resources, and protect forests, as well as incorporating insulation within the buildings. These steps will definitely reap benefits for mankind. What we need to do on the macro scale is make public transport the first choice, cut our country's emission by 45% by 2030, preserve forest reserves, preserve water bodies, and ban land reclamation. On the micro scale, this is what we can do. Passive cooling by stack effect, louvers, high ceiling, deep overhang. Rainwater harvesting, photovoltaic cells, grey water to be used for irrigation, sensors for lighting, taps, escalators, use LED and compact fluorescent bulbs, plant shady landscape, insulate homes, and use low E windows. I was going to end my lecture in March 2020 with sustainable design, but now that we are going through this pandemic, I've had to add on another challenge for us, designing for the pandemic, which could recur purely because of rising temperatures. This is what we know, and this is what we know we should do. From the data in COVID-19 cases that we have heard, we know that the design of these spaces will need a revamp if we are to reduce the impact of future viruses. How do we approach architecture design for a pandemic world? Homes need to be adapted for work from home, sliding doors, hideable office space, improved internet connectivity. Workers' quarters need to adhere to new guidelines, increased floor area per worker, improved living, dining, and sanitation facilities, adoption of touchless technology, automatic doors, sensor taps, voice-activated elevators, cell phone-controlled hotel room entry, hands-free light switches and temperature controls, automated luggage bag tags, advanced airport check-in and security. So what is our approach to industrial design in a post-pandemic world? We can adopt a biophilic design, an approach to reconnect humans and nature in our built environment. The core elements are scattered, clustered, varied vegetation overlooking landscapes, blurring the boundaries between the indoors and the outdoors, dynamic and diffused light, natural sense, proximity to water, use of natural and local materials, shelter and privacy. To adopt well building standards to monitor the impact of the built environment on human health. 7 concepts of healthy buildings are air, water, nourishment, light, fitness, comfort, and a good, clean mind. Now, how have we as a practice promoted sustainability? We won 3rd prize in the PAM and NASA TTDI competition for an 850-acre township in 2013. Among the features we incorporated into our design was a central water body or retention pond that functioned as a flood control solution, a water source, and a cooling element in the whole development. Roads were placed in the perimeter to separate vehicular and pedestrian traffic. We want children to study and play in a safe environment so that parents and children will be less stressed in their daily lives. Cycling and walking is encouraged as homes, schools, places of worship, and recreational facilities are linked through safe walkways. Recycling will be supported as cooking oil will be converted to biodiesel to run buses. We also considered electric buses running on solar energy. Leftover food and gardening materials will be converted to be used as fertilizers for the community gardens. We have experimented with sustainable buildings. The Kuang Retreat, made famous by the drama Noor, is totally built using recycled timber. The building design encourages cooling by natural means using water bodies, stack roof, deep overhangs, and breathing walls. Sources of water via tube well and rainwater harvesting is even used to flush the toilet. A whole forest was replanted to reduce the carbon footprint. We have attempted to take this sustainability language through to mass housing in Dina Alam for Sime Darby properties. We included green roofs on the 1st and 2nd floor, central courtyard, ventilation openings above doors, and full height windows for maximum ventilation. We also raised the house 2 feet above the car porch level and added a buffer between the car park and the living room to reduce the impact of the heat from the car engine from entering the house. I will leave you with this final slide, which addresses the need to control climate change and ride the pandemic. We have seen how beautiful the natural environment became when we had the first MCO. We could smell fresh air. Watered bodies became clear. Animals came back. Let us see if we can make a brighter future for all of us. It is all in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Almas, for your excellent presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Professor To Chun Gate. She is the founding dean of dentistry and pro-vice chancellor, engagement and industrial partnerships at International Medical University. Her field of specialization is restorative dentistry. She has held several key positions in dental associations at national and international level. She will speak on paradigm shift in oral healthcare and dental education. Professor Do, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dato. Is it changing? Can we go back? Thank you, Dato. Good morning, Tan Sri Augustine Ong, distinguished guests, Tan Sri Abu Bakar Sulaiman, our President Emeritus of IMU, Professor Abdul Aziz Baba, Vice Chancellor of IMU, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Minds, for this opportunity given to me to share some thoughts and experience in this conference dedicated to women scientists. I am a restorative dentist in my specialty, and this focuses on the diagnosis, prevention, and integrated management of damaged and missing teeth, as well as the supporting structures in order to restore them back to function and aesthetics. I have spent a fulfilling career in academia, starting in the University of Malaya, seeing through the first graduates from that university until 2007 when I joined IMU to start the dental course and School of Dentistry. From my experience, I feel strongly that there is need to propagate a paradigm shift in oral healthcare and dental education. Thus, the scope of my presentation will cover challenges facing society and the dental profession in the 21st century. The need for more dental professionals who are well prepared to meet these challenges, as well as what should be the role of dental education institutions and the professional bodies. COVID pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all of us in our daily lives, and especially so in the healthcare arena, where patient and health professional safety are of concern. For us as dentists, our daily experience in the clinic have to observe stricter infection prevention and control. This photograph on the right shows Dr. Matthew Fern, who in these circumstances have innovatively invented a shield that she places over her patient during treatment, thus restricting aerosol contamination in her clinic. Therefore, when we are faced with challenges, it also brings in our creativity and innovation. The challenges facing our 21st century include an aging population, globalization, technological advancement, especially in the area of diagnostic and treatment technologies, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence and learning machines, genetic engineering and big data. If we look at the changing demographics of populations, most countries, the aging population is increasing in proportion, and Malaysia is no different. We are also an aging nation. And if we statistics. Unfortunately, our national survey of adults are not done frequently, and the last survey was carried out in 2000. But if we look at the elderly, 65 years and above, you find that the percentage of edentulous or those without any teeth in their mouth are pretty high compared to the other ages. And many times the missing teeth are caused by common diseases such as dental caries or tooth decay. As you can see, there's a high prevalence of this disease in the elderly, as well as gum disease or periodontal disease, which also is very highly prevalent. And if we look at the medical personnel in our country to cater for the health needs of our population, you will find that the dentist to population ratio is still far from ideal as compared to doctors and nurses. And if we look at various developed nations, the dentist to population ratio is about less than 2,000 in the population per dentist. But in Malaysia, even for current days, is 3,500. And where are all the dental clinics situated? They are mainly in the big cities, especially in Peninsular Malaysia, and very scarce in East Malaysia or in the rural region. Therefore, access to oral health care is relatively limited to our population. Oral health is so essential when we're talking about the aging population for a better quality of life and for healthy aging. I belong to the generation known as baby boomers, and we tend to not accept the norms and challenge them and try to bring in new ideas. And many of us, although we will say we belong to the elderly generation, are still very active in our profession. And these are photographs of some of my friends in Thailand and Japan, and we still attend international conferences. Talking about baby boomers, I would like to acknowledge in this conference the contribution of the late Dr. Mei Ling Yang, a co-founder of our university. She is an amazing woman, and she gives us inspiration to bring quality education accessible to all in Malaysia. In healthy aging, we know that there is need for proper nutrition and healthy lifestyle. And our Ministry of Health especially, as well as all the people in the healthcare profession, try to provide evidence-based health profession and disease prevention programs. However, I would like to advocate that an oral health care plan needs to be developed and monitored with oral health professionals for each and everyone in the population. This will assist us in having oral wellness. Oral wellness is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of oral disease or infirmity. Maintaining an optimal level of oral wellness is absolutely crucial if we wish to live a higher quality of life. Currently, strategies used for caries management or tooth decay is mainly prevention, as we know, fluoride in the water and advocating fluoridated toothpaste. And if we fail and the tooth gets infected, we do restoration. But I would like to say there needs to be a paradigm shift in our management of this common disease and do interception. What do we mean by intercepting the disease? In many times, it starts with the enamel, the outer surface of the tooth, and when there is decay and demineralization, the tooth will lose the enamel, and then we expose the dentine. And if not treated, we get then into the pulp, and the tooth gives us a lot of toothache. The paradigm shift in the management in not waiting until we have all this disease and start treating them is to consider in the early days we can actually stop disease progression. Now, lots of research results have shown us this is feasible even to reverse the disease state. Therefore, instead of the old perception that the dentist drill and fill, we need a more cost-effective, evidence-based preventive model. Dental decay is caused by active demineralization and remineralization of the outer enamel before it reaches dentine. And plaque is a biofilm on the tooth that contains bacteria. And when in our diet we have sugar, this will produce acid to cause demineralization of the enamel to form caries enamel. However, we know that if the condition is different, if we can actually reverse this process of demineralization to remineralization. Therefore, the perception that we need to practice, or the philosophy, it should be maximum interception and minimum invasion. MIMI is a philosophy of professional care concerned with the first occurrence, earliest detection, and earliest possible treatment of disease at even micro or molecular levels, followed by the most minimally invasive and patient-friendly options to repair irreversible damages caused by the disease. MIMI also aims to empower patients through information, skills, and motivation, and be in charge of their own oral health so that they only require minimum intervention from the dental profession. Therefore, we need to go and approach in teaching people how to manage the oral environment by even identifying the level of risk and the risk factors, therefore providing personalized dentistry to each of our patients in order to develop strategies to manage the risk factors, as well as monitor early lesions to ensure the remineralization strategy has worked. In 2010, we started the IMU Oral Health Center, and we put a big focus in our clinic in teaching our students and our staff to transform lives through oral wellness. And we use a wide variety of teaching methodology in order to teach personalized dentistry to our students. And caring and compassion is part and parcel of competence that we try to instill into our students, shaping their compassion as an expected professional component of care. The teaching methods include patient-centered communication, identifying and solving challenges in real-world setting, as well as self-reflection exercises and compassionate role modeling to nurture the compassion from an innate quality to sustain practice. Community partnership program is integrated in the undergraduate curriculum in order to provide interprofessional experiential learning in the care of institutionalized elderly people so that all our graduates will be comfortable in managing the elderly. And this is an example of one of our projects in my father's home, which is a residential care home for the elderly. And we find that within this home, about 33% are actually bedridden or chair-bound, and about 23%, although ambulatory, do not go out of the home at all, and only 44% goes out. So we have students from various programs going there and identifying needs by taking history, doing weight measurement and various investigation. And at the end, they all meet together to discuss all the needs of this community and the intervention that should be carried out in order to help the residents take care of their health needs. So you'll find that the whole health profession, doctors, pharmacists, dentists, dietitians, nurses, chiropractors, all sitting together, looking and defining the different roles in helping the elderly. Besides that, in taking care of the health needs, the students are also looking into the mental health of the residents in their social well-being. And there were social programs, with sing-along and parties for the elderly in the homes as well. Now, I would like to share a bit of some of my research as we are talking about science. And I have done many areas of research, but one of the most significant ones is the one in dental implants. We have done many experiments with dental implants, and this is my original team, where we have various disciplines from the University of Malaya, collaborating with the University of Frankfurt and that's Dr. Romanos from University of Frankfurt. And we received a national grant from the Ministry of Science and Technology in order to investigate the use of implants and using macaque monkeys. And in one of those studies, we looked at, and transformed the way of protocol of implant treatment. In the past, when you want to do implant treatment to replace missing teeth, it takes a long protocol, because when we place the implant into the bone, we allowed at least 3 months for the bone to regenerate and form a firm grip onto the implant. However, in our experiment, we find that on the day that we place in the implant, we also give them teeth or plastic teeth so that there is some function, especially in the posterior region. This was not done before, and after our successful monkey study, we did it clinically in University of Frankfurt on human beings. And this has transformed part of implant dentistry to shorten the way we can replace teeth using dental implants. And therefore, later, it's developed into teeth in a single day with immediate implantation as well as immediate teeth delivery. And our study in this, I have brought it up because we received a gold medal with felicitations from the jury, which is one of the highest awards at the 32nd Geneva International Exhibition of Inventions, Innovations, and New Techniques in the year 2004. Following that, we also were awarded nationally from the Ministry of Higher Education, as well as the Public Institutes for Higher Learning. And in the internet, all of us are now, using internet, and with internet, there are many things that are being developed. And the Internet of Things, even in dentistry, where we can even have radio frequency identification tags implanted into teeth, or even tooth located GPS, so that, for example, if you have child, you can even detect where they are just in case they get lost. So all these things are affecting us. And what I'm very pleased to share is my current research, all right, in collaboration with Q&M Dental Group, as well as Singapore AI, where we are developing dental treatment decision support using artificial intelligence. And when we talk about artificial intelligence, like to share this quote from the Scientific American. You awaken in the middle of the night. That tooth that's been a little sensitive lately is throbbing. By morning, you realize you have a real problem. So you head into the bathroom, plug your smart toothbrush into your smartphone, and when you put the brush in your mouth, it scans your teeth. The images automatically upload to the cloud. They are analyzed by artificial intelligence, which finds a cavity in your aching tooth and a hairline crack in another molar. The scans and preliminary analysis are transmitted to your dentist, who then texts you to schedule an appointment. Now, this is maybe slightly fiction now, but all things are working towards it to become a reality very soon. And in fact, we know that even in China, they have come up with Chinese robot dentists that can place implants perfectly into the patient's mouth without dentist direct intervention. Therefore, the future is coming that will be very amazing in the field of science, especially in dentistry. And we are looking forward to sharing with you more of these, and we look forward to you embracing dentistry in your life. I close by acknowledging a number of significant people who have made a great impact in my life. And these are the people who are just amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor To, for your interesting and insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, our final speaker for session 1 of the conference today is Professor Dr. Yvonne Lim Ai Lien. She's currently the Director, International Relations Office at University Malaya. She has won several awards and has been featured in Nature's list of 10 science stars of East Asia, and is a fellow and council member of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. Today, she will be talking about demystifying the secrets of our ancient foes the gut worms. Let us welcome Professor Dr. Yvonne.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the Malaysian Invention and Design Society, or MINDS, for this opportunity to speak at the National Conference on contributions to national development by Malaysian women scientists in conjunction with the International Women's Day 2021. It is indeed a great privilege to be a part of this event. Now, Malaysia is certainly not short of women role models. These are only a segment of the many inspiring and amazing Malaysian women scientists, from an astrophysicist whose work has pioneered Malaysia's participation in space exploration to a president of the International AIDS Society, which is the world's largest association of HIV/AIDS professionals with 11,600 members from over 170 countries. So we rejoice together in celebrating the International Women's Day. So back to our topic on worms. This might be our earliest recollection of how a worm looks like, an earthworm or garden worm or cacing tanah, as our local language calls it. But in our gut or intestine, they look somewhat different. There's no segments and sometimes somewhat familiar. Now, there are some worms that look like trichuris, or it's a trichuris, and it looks like a whip. Whilst other worms, such as the hookworm, reminds you of the movie Jaws, a 1975 American thriller film directed by Steven Spielberg. So why do I say that worms are our ancient foes? Now, this is because the gut worms have been described more than 2,500 years ago in the writings of Hippocrates, the earliest Greek medical texts. In 2017, scientists discovered the first archaeological evidence of worms infecting ancient inhabitants from feces collected from prehistoric burials. And this revelation provides concrete evidence that humans have co-evolved with worms for thousands of years. Now, gut worms are parasites. And parasites are organisms that live in or on another host or another species, and they depend on the host for survival, obtaining shelter, and nutrition. Now, the worms usually do not kill the host for fear of their own survival. So hence, gut worms have learned to co-evolve together with their human hosts over several 100 million years. Now, this is to ensure that they can survive and they develop mechanisms to suppress the severity of diseases. So they do this by immunoregulation to survive inside human hosts for years. Now, there are three common gut worms: Trichuris trichura, or we call it the whipworm, Ascaris lumbricoides, or the roundworm, and Neceta americanus, or Encyclostoma duodenale, the hookworms. Now, these worms produce a wide range of symptoms, including diarrhea, abdominal pain, general malaise, as well as weakness. But in some cases, especially in heavy and chronic infections, patients may experience intestinal obstruction, rectal prolapse, as well as anemia, or a patient may look pale or paler. In heavy infections and in long-term or chronic infections, these may lead to complications of malnutrition, malnutrition deficiencies, impaired learning or school performance, reduced work capacity, and eventually it results to poor economic productivity. So we know that gut worms are bad. However, worms may not be bad all the time. There are two sides of the coin. So let me walk you through this debate of good and evil. Now, in the human gut, we know that worms do not live alone. And in the gut, they cohabitate with worms and many other organisms. And what are these organisms? So in the gut, there are also what we call as the gut microbiota. The gut microbiota consists of bacteria, archaea, protease, fungi, and viruses. And they reside in the gut together with these worms. Now, for the benefit of this talk, when I mention gut microbiota, I'll be referring mainly to the gut bacteria. And this gut bacteria play critical roles in regulating innate and adaptive human hemostasis or immune hemostasis. Now, there are approximately 100 trillion bacteria in our gut, and they are important to human health. These good bacteria inhibit the growth of bad bacteria, metabolize food, and maintain the gut mucosa integrity. So since both worms and bacteria live in the gut, they must communicate. It was hypothesized that worms regulate our immune system by influencing the gut bacteria through mutualistic and synergistic partnerships. So given the lack of information on how the presence of worms influence the gut microbiota, in this case bacteria, in human studies, our team embarked on a project in 2012 to compare the gut microbiota of individuals infected with worms versus those who were not infected with worms. And in our study, we found that among the indigenous individuals, a majority, which is 36 out of 51 fecal samples, contained Trichuris worms. And Trichuris was the most common, followed by Ascaris and hookworm. Now, we also saw that these are the gut microbial diversity or composition among those that had worm infections versus those without worm infection. So what was interesting was that we observed that those infected with worms have increased gut microbial or gut bacteria diversity. Now, greater diversity is good, and here's the analogy. Now, when there are garden worms in our soil, our garden will thrive with many types of plants and flowers. Similarly, with the presence of the gut worms, they will help the gut bacteria to thrive, increasing the diversity that will ensure a healthier gut and overall health. But when there is no worms, the diversity of gut bacteria decreases and may cause imbalance to the gut health. So our findings provided concrete evidence that the gut worms increase gut bacteria diversity. So what is the significance of this association? How can this be applied? Can this association be used to treat certain diseases? Or are we crazy to think of this possibility? Actually not. It is not a crazy idea because large-scale epidemiological studies have shown that there is an inverse association between worm infections and autoimmune disorders. That in areas where worm infections are high, autoimmune disorders are low. So is this a coincidence, or do worm infections have protective effect on certain diseases? So we are very intrigued with this observation, and we wanted to unravel this mystery. We wanted to find out whether worms have therapeutic role in the treatment of inflammatory bowel disease or IBD. So three of us, myself here, Heng and Kent, both of them at that time, they were from the New York University. We came together to conduct a very interesting study. So we had to do so many experiments to test our hypothesis, but finally our results paid off, and our results were accepted for publication in the prestigious Science Journal in 2016. So let me tell you briefly what we did. Now, Kent developed a mouse model of Crohn's disease. The mice deficient in NOT2 gene developed intestinal abnormalities of the global cells, which resulted in a compromised mucus layer. And this increased the proliferation of gut microbiota, which we call the Bacteroides vulgaris, a type of bed bacteria. So when worm infection was introduced to the NOT2 mice, it was discovered that the worm Trichuris muris infection restored small intestinal globule cell numbers, and the morphology in turn improves the mucus layer. So the worm infection reversed the intestinal abnormalities that were found in the NOT2 mice. So in addition, the worm infection prevented the intestinal bleeding and perforation, exaggerated weight loss, mucus depletion, as well as reduced specific pathologies such as abscesses, epithelial hyperplasia, villus blunting, and immune infiltrates. Now, what was significant was that following worm infection, there was inhibition of Bacteroides vulgaris, or the bad bacteria, and this led to the eventual proliferation of Clostridiales, which is the good bacteria, through ecological competition. We also found that the expansion of Clostridiales was associated with interleukin 13 and 4. Now, as all the above happened in the animal model, we wanted to know whether this happens in humans too. So what we did was, since we couldn't introduce worms into humans because this will not be ethical, we decided to do the other way around. We identified individuals with worm infections, analyzed their gut microbiota, then we dewormed them and analyzed their gut microbiota after deworming again. And then we compared the gut microbiota profiles. Now, using bioinformatic analysis, we found that the gut microbiota in the pre-treatment samples were more diverse than the ones in the post-treatment. So this confirms our earlier findings that worm infections are associated with greater microbial diversity. The next slide shows us another analysis of the pre-treatment samples, which were more diverse than the post-treatment samples. Now, in the nutshell, the same benefit which we observed in the animal model was then seen in humans as well. So let me summarize this in this diagram. When Trichuris worm infect an animal or humans, this worm altered the composition of gut microbiota. So how they do this? By triggering the immune system to increase mucus production. These in turn will produce a conducive environment for the good bacteria to thrive, and thus reduce the growth of bad bacteria via ecological competition. And this results in the reduction of IBD symptoms. So in the nutshell, there is a synergistic effect between worms, immune system, and the gut microbiota. But is worm therapy palatable? I think many of us will cringe at that thought, and many will be disgusted. So we need to find proxies or surrogates. And the surrogates can come in the form of probiotic or a drink of probiotics which contain good bacteria. Now, we have a lot more work to do to explore the use of worm infections as a treatment for other inflammatory diseases, cancer, HIV, etc. So recently, we were granted the US NIH grant from 2018 to 2022 to further understand this mystery. And in 2019, that was quite recent, we also discovered the interplay between worms, micronutrients, and the microbiota on the regulation of immune responses in humans. So, will worms be our magic bullet or our panacea? It may not be too far-fetched though, ladies and gentlemen, as I've presented above, and there have been evidences of both in human and animal model to show that worms might be protective against allergy-related diseases, multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, and even diabetes. So I'm working now with collaborators such as Dr. Pen Lok in US NIH, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, where Dr. Anthony Fauci is the director. And we are looking to unravel these mysteries even further. I'm also collaborating with Professor Dr. Eric Elms from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, to look into the establishment of the World Gut Microbiota databases. Now, the moral of the story is that worms may not be that bad after all, and we must not judge the book by its cover. So low doses of worms can do us good, but the high doses of worms may be detrimental. So ladies and gentlemen, before I end, I'd like to encourage all the ladies out there to go after your dreams, to think big, to dream big. As a person, we wear many hats. We play many roles. We may be a wife, a mother, a daughter, a teacher, a lecturer, a scientist. But there is nothing to stop us from reaching the stars. The opportunities are there for us to seize. But there are 4 important ingredients that are crucial to succeed, and they are curiosity, perseverance, humility, and respect. And with these words, I'd like to rest my case, and I thank you for your kind attention. Good day, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Lim, for that fascinating insight on the gut worms. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all the 3 presentations in session 1 of the conference. Now, I would like to invite the 3 session 1 speakers to join me for the Q&A session. Dear participants, those who wish to submit a question, please type your question in the comment box indicating your name and affiliation and the speaker to whom you wish to address the question. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some questions here. All right, let's go to Architect Amas Sama first. Now, this is from Miss Emilia from International Islamic University Malaya. She would like to raise a question, and her question is, in terms of architecture and engineering, what is your take on upcycling waste as building materials? Theoretically, it fits the circular economy approach. However, what is your opinion on its implementation in real life? Thank you. Professor Architect Amas, would you like to address this? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chu. Yes, Emilia, I think I was in her great group when I did my external assessor at IIUM. Yes, Amelia. We are all hopeful that waste can be recycled and used in many forms rather than being buried in landfills, because that takes away a lot of our land area, and there is the risk of methane gas leaking into the atmosphere. But however, there has to be concerted collaborative effort between government authorities, i.e. SIRIM perhaps, who do testing and approval of such materials, collaboration with the local authorities so that collection of such waste material can be correctly segregated into the different forms, from collection right up to separation at the end, so that it does not get lost along the way and buried without us knowing. So I'm very much for this direction where waste can be used for building materials. But it might take some time. We know efforts and experimental stage for Orang Asli homes where neighborhoods are working on. They fill mineral water bottles with paper and stack them as bricks for their houses. But perhaps it can lead to a more sophisticated building material, as strong as brick, as good an insulation as brick, as light as styrofoam, and yet as weatherproof as normal walls. So there's a lot of things that we have to deal with, but I am hopeful that all parties work together to achieve this. Yeah.
Thank you, Architect Almas. The next question, this is addressed to Professor Dr. To. All right, this is from Rachel Lee. The question is, I would like to ask a layman question. If robots take over the lower and middle level tasks in professional practice, will the middle level tasks still be in the professional's curriculum? My concern is, analogically, if the construction workers leave, what will happen to engineers and architects? What if, are you sure this is him? This scenario also occurs across different disciplines. This occurred to me due to the pandemic. I'm not against technology or robots. Professor To?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think we live in a very exciting world and things are changing so fast. And, you know, a lot of people are really doing research to make life better. But it is for the precision that robots can take over, and then you can avoid human errors. But the compassion, you know, and the understanding, the listening with the heart, those still need professionals who must be trained in that sense. So robots do not really take over the world. We still control it, but we need to know that we would want things to be more precise, faster, that information to be assessed, and you know, they can do better than what humans can do. So we live symbiotically. All right, it's not fear of one replacing the other, but how the world can be a bit more amazing, living with robots and things that are automated, but we still need professionals, engineers and all that, who can, you know, give that human touch and think that when we do things, it is actually for better quality of life for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. To. Thank you very much. So the next question is for Professor Dr. Yvonne Lim. All right, this is from Avinasa. Okay, the question is, since there is increasing evidence of the gut microbiome affecting the gut brain acids? Can worms also do the same? Can they also affect our mood as well, since the gut-brain acids affects our mood? This could mean new frontiers in mental health research. Professor Dr. Lim?
Thank you so much, Dato. Afinasa, that is really a creative thinking, and I will really be happy to supervise you. I mean, this is something that there is no real hardcore data to look at the links, but I'm sure there may be some mechanisms that will associate the presence of worms with the whole emotions of a person. That's because the presence of worms does stimulate the anti-inflammatory cytokines. So it's a very complex sort of synergy, and the whole mechanism is not really understood yet. But it's really an interesting sort of a subject to go into. Not sure how easy to test this hypothesis, but I think this is where I really like to encourage, the young generation out there to really think out of the box, because that's where, if I were to come back to, to add on to what Prof. To has said, we are at an advantage of all the robots that human built because of two things, because we have the minds. And that's so apt because of the society that we have here, Malaysian Invention and Design Society, and we have the heart. And that's where I think we are up. Our game is we up our game towards robots, and I don't believe that they can totally replace us because we have just two assets. So I really encourage you to think about it. The possibility is there. It's just that we, through science, will need to discover and explain it in a more clear manner, how the association happens. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Lim. Now, in the interest of time, I may just take one or two more questions. All right, there's one more for architect Amas. Okay, the question. Now, I am Aidura from International Islamic University Malaysia. I have a question for architect Amas. Now, in Malaysia, most of the sustainable approaches known as costly and our design often bounded by the cost. As an architect, what is your take on function-oriented versus cost-oriented design in regards to designing for sustainability? Architect Amas?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chu. Sustainability is still at the infant stage. In vernacular architecture, sustainability was the natural way to build. So we're looking at passive sustainability. This should not be expensive because it's a lot. To me, it's common sense. This is something that you should have in your design thoughts on or as a response to the climate that you are designing in. However, with sustainability going into OTVs and because we're living in a more artificial environment with air conditioning, artificial lights, things like that. So of the cost of these equipment that we have to install gets expensive. But of course, we are looking at a cost in the long term. The capital cost might be expensive, but in the long term, it saves you energy. So if you're looking at maybe 10 years, you are saving in the end because you have incorporated these tools to help you in saving energy. Another way, something that would happen is as there are more people using these tools, sensors for taps, sensors for lights, photovoltaic cells, rainwater harvesting. As more people use these these tools will be cheaper. So it starts with being an iconic tool to use, like you want to be trendy or you want to be ahead of your game. So you incorporate these tools in your design. But slowly, as more and more people incorporate this, and slowly as maybe the governments insist that become the norm, there'll be more in production and the cost will go down. So from looking at just saving on a long term in maintenance, we are looking in the future that the capital cost will become the norm and will become cheaper because the standards will become the norm. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Architect Almas. I'll take the last question, and this is for Professor Dr. To. The question is, since it is now evident that gut microbiome and even worms actually are important for human health, could such an important role also be played by the oral microbiome? Could we perhaps be cleaning our mouths too often and getting rid of good bacteria? This is from Avinash. Professor Dr. To?
Thank you for the question. This is very interesting. You know, in the mouth microbiome, there are over 200 species of bacteria in the mouth. And some prefer certain areas like the gum, some prefer to be on biofilm on the teeth, some prefer to be in the cheeks and tongue. So they do live in a sense of symbiotics. But what we want is to get rid of the bad bacteria. But because there are so many types of bacteria, it's very difficult to really get rid of them. They are always there. That's why when we are talking about risk factors, we do not give antibiotics to kill off the bacteria, to cause a dissociation of the balance between good and bad bacteria. So but when you get rid of like brushing, you get rid of the biofilm and all, you get rid of the concentration of bad bacteria to reduce the amount there so that it will not ultimately produce so much acid as to cause problem, or toxins to cause gum and bone diseases. So certainly bacteria and microbes are very interesting topic and contributes a lot to various type of diseases, including oral diseases. So when we talk about control of oral environment, it's a very interesting big topic in many areas that we can do. So if you look at some of my things about remineralization, CPP and CMCP, it is an ingredient that's now incorporated into a tooth mousse that you can brush your teeth with. What it does is doesn't really remove all the bacteria and cause imbalance, but it protects the teeth actually to become more resistant from acid attack. So there are many ways of trying to come up with solutions, and it is understanding all the ecosystem of the overall environment that's very important. Thank you.
Professor Dr. To. Dear participants, should you have any other questions, you can still send them to us, and we will give you a written reply. Ladies and gentlemen, now that concludes session 1 of the conference. And before we start the next session, I would like to make an announcement. Now we have door gifts sponsored by L'Oreal Sentiran Berhad for registered participants. Please collect the door gifts from my secretariat before 1st April 2021. Please call my office first before you come. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to thank all the 3 eminent speakers for their excellent presentation. Thank you to all the esteemed speakers. I've learned a lot from you as well. Thank you. Now, it is now my pleasure to pass the mic to Professor Dr. Leong, the chairperson of session 2 of the conference. Professor Leong is the chairperson of IET and a council member of MICE. Please welcome Professor Leong.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm Leong Wai Yi, the chairperson of the Institutions of Engineering and Technology Malaysian Local Network. In conjunction with the IET 150th anniversary celebrations, we are glad to have more than 150 lady scientists here to showcase their R&D achievement. Now, I would like to announce the winner of Young Woman Scientist Award. Congratulations to Associate Professor Dr. Un Ching En. She's currently working in the University Science Malaysia. She holds the PhD in Medical Oncology from the University of Oxford, UK, and she has won quite a lot number of international awards, namely L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science National Fellowship 2015. Let's welcome Dr. Un. Congratulations again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. No one in Hollywood is more legendary and more coveted than one poised golden man. Although he has attended every single Academy Award ceremony, he has never had to spend much time and money looking dapper. Yet, he is much sought after to be kissed and held. His name is Oscar. I am extremely honored to be receiving the MINDS Young Woman Scientist Award. When I received this trophy by post, I immediately wrote to Kitty from the MINDS Secretariat to tell her how much I loved this female version of the Oscar trophy. It is a symbol of women empowerment. Better still, it is Malaysian made. My heartfelt gratitude to Academician Tan Sri Emeritus Professor Dato Dr. Augustine Ong, the President of the Malaysian Invention and Design Society, or better known as MINDS, Dato Dr. Chu Yuan Mei, the Vice President and the MINDS Secretariat, for this initiative. Thank you, Professor Faisal Rafiq Adikan, the Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia, and the Research Creativity and Management Office for putting my name forward for this prestigious award. To my parents and my husband, who have all been my pillars of strength, my two little darlings who pushed me to be an incredible multitasking octopus, you all have my deepest love and gratitude. Before I had kids, I did not know that I could do more than two things at a time. I sincerely thank my students who have been excellent team players, my collaborators, and those who have believed in me and encouraged me to push through and hang on when I did not think that I would make it. No one can achieve great things alone. Unity is strength. A big thank you to the Media and Public Relations Center, USM, for their help with this video recording. They have demonstrated such great dedications in their job and have helped record and put together this video in the midst of their busy schedule. I am humbled to receive this recognition. I'm sure that every other nominee was as capable, if not more, of winning this award. We have a pool of very talented female scientists and innovators in Malaysia. In Malaysia, we have an almost equal ratio of male and female researchers. In fact, the United Nations has generously acknowledged Malaysia to be a world leader in encouraging girls and women to participate in science. However, female scientists are underrepresented in global research. UNESCO warns that women are underrepresented in STEM disciplines, with only approximately 30% of the researchers worldwide being women. Every day is a great day to celebrate the remarkable women in our lives. But International Women's Day is a global day to celebrate the extraordinary achievements made by ordinary women. A time to reflect on progress made and to call for change. This is perhaps where we must be prudent. Men and women are obviously different, and we may not have been valuing their different roles in society enough. I have faced numerous challenges on my way here, but every one of them has only strengthened me to make me the person I am today. The goal is the end result. The journey to get there is when characters are built and lives are touched or transformed. People will always challenge concepts and ideas that sound foreign. As scientists, we are bound to face hurdles, but we should never ever settle for less. A scientist should stay strong in defending what she or she believes in. Doing good science is not about pleasing people around you or pursuing only mainstream ideas. It may be a journey full of ups and downs, and you might sometimes feel alone in this fight. But it is important to keep your focus on your goals, and your passion will hopefully bring you through. While many are busy being confined to the lab and chasing after the KPI or Key Performance Index, it is important to be reminded that we are the ones with educational privilege. Not everyone has this advantage. We should always avail ourselves to contribute back to the society and influence positive change. The moment we think too highly of ourselves, that's when we stop learning. So, here is to all the strong women and supportive men. May we know and raise more of them. Thank you very much.
A very good day to Academician Tan Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Augustine Ong, Datuk Dr. Chu Yuan Mei, the Mind Secretariat, fellow academicians, students, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation to give a talk at the National Conference on Contributions to National Development by Malaysian Women Scientists 2021. Thank you too for the award as the Young Woman Scientist Awardee. Today, I'll be sharing with you my journey as a scientist. As such, I have titled my talk to be the journey to becoming good enough, because I feel that as a woman scientist, there are definitely many challenges that we need to go through in order to prove that we are really, really good enough to be able to juggle the career as a scientist as well as the family life. Okay, so I just wanted to share with you, when I was growing up, I had close cousins or even close friends who were married at a young age, below 25, let's say, and they had kids and they had to give up their careers to take care of the family. So then I thought to myself, I've always also wanted to be married before I hit 30, give birth and then have a family so that I could be what my friends were. Growing up, I've also wanted to be a medical doctor, but my mother told me that if I chose to be a medical doctor, I would have to be prepared to be married to a hospital, because there is a high possibility that I would not be able to spend enough time with my family. So I decided to choose to be another type of doctor instead, and that is to pursue a PhD. And at that time, I didn't think too much about what education means or how I can use education attainment to benefit society or to even contribute to society. For me, I feel that I might have taken education for granted just because in Malaysia, we encourage everyone to go to school. It wasn't something that we have to fight for. And then I was even willing to give up a career to be a housewife at some point, thinking that family is everything and I may not need to have a career of my own. However, studying abroad has widened my horizons, and coming back to Malaysia and looking back at everything, I realized that I have actually put myself in a gender box. Two very big examples here. During my study break back in Malaysia when I was still studying in the UK, I was in a taxi and the driver asked me, "Why are you still studying? Why are you pursuing a PhD? You could actually be married off, you don't have to go through this life, it's tough." And at that time, I didn't think too much about what he said because it was pretty common, I think, at that time to think that, okay, women and education, and I have my friends even having a master's degree and then willing to give up their career. So I didn't think too much about that because I knew where he was coming from, because I had friends like that. And that sort of expectations were pretty normal. And then last year, I was invited for a podcast interview by someone from the UK. And before the interview, she actually read up about me online on news. And she actually asked me a question. She read an article in which the journalist wrote something like that. The journalist described me as a loving wife, a nurturing mother, a respected colleague, and so on. And then she asked me what I think about that. And at that time, I was I was very surprised. I didn't understand why she would ask me that question. So I was literally silent for like 5, 6 seconds, and I asked her back, "What do you mean?" And she asked me, "Don't you feel that you have been put in a box?" So I actually had to think about it. So it just goes to show how different cultures perceive this stereotype. And because I also had the chance to work in Sweden, I had friends, female friends, who were actually offended when the male friends of mine offered to carry their luggages. For me, it was a nice gesture, but for my female friends there, they viewed it as, I am as strong as you are. We are equal. I don't need you to offer me your help. So it's just to think about how cultures perceive stereotype just really made me realize so many things after coming back to Malaysia. So a new practice of production has emerged in all major economies of the world, Malaysia included, and this is known as the knowledge economy. In the knowledge economy, innovation based on research is commodified via patents and other forms of intellectual property. Therefore, ideas and education are very important as they are now the main driving force of the knowledge economy. However, a knowledge-based economy needs an unprejudiced workforce. The United Nations has established 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and one of them, SDG 5, addresses gender equality. A few years ago, I visited a country in the South Asia, and I remembered being at a traffic light junction, and I saw many young girls. I was very sure they were in the teens, and I saw them selling flowers, going from one car to another and asking if anyone wanted to buy the flowers. So I decided to visit one of the girls at the home and also the family and friends and neighbors, and I was actually very sad because she wasn't the only one. She had so many friends and family members also at that age who already had to shoulder responsibilities as young mothers. So I asked one of the girls if she went to school. She said no. She said that she was married, and I asked her if she planned to go to school. She said no, she couldn't because she has a family to take care of. So this is where I want to echo Malala in saying that education is actually the right of every child, and especially for girls, and this should never be neglected. And I've mentioned previously that after seeing all these things, I realized that I may have taken education for granted because there are other parts of the world in which girls still need to fight to get education. The OECD Gender Initiative examines existing barriers to gender equality, and according to them, the pursuit of gender equality is still an uphill battle. So in terms of education, while young women are more likely to hold a university degree than men, they are still far less likely to study STEM. And only around 20% of university students enroll in subjects like computer, science, and engineers, being women. In terms of employment, on average, women are 11% less likely to be paid workforce than men. And unfortunately, mothers are 23% less likely to be employed than fathers. So it's also appalling to know that the gender pay gap still exists. And when it comes to entrepreneurship, women are much less likely than men to be self-employed. And if they're self-employed, they are at least paid a fifth less than their male peers. Very sad. In terms of holding a management position or having any political influence, females did not fare very well as well when compared to their male counterpart. So the L'Oreal Foundation has come up with an analysis to represent the gap of women in science back in 2014. And they found that both men and women started off at being almost the same ratio at the middle school up to all the way high school. And then at the university level, there seemed to be a dichotomous branching that branched out into two almost quite extreme ends in terms of the attainment of university degrees, all the way to professional achievements or being a professor or even in holding top management positions in a university, and finally to being awarded the Nobel Prize. So if you can see here, at the university level, men has been shown to portray constant upward trends in terms of the achievements in obtaining a degree in science, followed by having a successful career in science, and finally, as of 2014, about 97% of the Nobel Prize winners were men. However, for women, there is a downward dip all the way to the attainment of Nobel Prize. So as of the year 2020, only about 6% of the Nobel Prize winners for sciences have gone to women since the inception of these awards in 1901. L'Oreal has also come up with this ad for men in 2019. Okay. They emphasize on the importance of having a diverse workforce, as a diverse workforce can bring on various skills and experiences that are unique to different gender, and this is very beneficial. That could translate to the improvement in terms of productivity, employee retention, innovation, and even decision making. In fact, they also found that with the female leadership, there is an increase in innovation that was resulted from an increase in the number of patents filed. Let's look at the scenario in Malaysia itself. So in terms of literacy rate between men and women for the age group 15 to 64 years old, it seems that the ratio is almost equal. And then when we look at the enrollment rate from the primary level all the way to tertiary level for both men and women, the common trend is that there is like an inverted pyramid. So as the higher you go, there will be less and less men and women being enrolled in this tertiary education. However, it is more apparent in the male group. If you look at the job market or employment, 66% of new graduate registrants are female, while 34% are male. However, the unemployment rate among female postgraduates is higher, and close to 23% women are temporary workers in public universities, compared to only 14% men. And perhaps what many are unaware of is that more men are being paid the salary range between 2,000 ringgit to 5,000 ringgit, but more women are being paid less than 2,000 ringgit compared to men. So if we ask this question, what could actually contribute to the facts and figures that we've seen previously? And the answer is almost universal. There are in fact two very big issues that women face. First is the work-life balance. Second is the hiring bias. It is only very natural for industries to want to maximize profits, or if not for any sector to want to achieve as many deliverables as possible, right? So what may possibly run through one's mind when interviewing a woman of childbearing age versus a man? First, she will be out for a few months. Well, maternity leave, right? How long exactly? 3 months? 6 months? For some who do not have extra help, they may even need to go up to a year or more, or worse still, give up their job. Secondly, she needs to be replaced. And if so, we need to retrain new talent, and this will take time and more resources. How about urgent matters that are due for submission? Sorry, that really need to wait. I mean, I could very much empathize with that because I'm a lot less efficient now that I have two very young kids. Before that, I was able to work anytime I wanted to, but now it's really tough. I tried and I'm left with a souvenir from my kids that's a broken laptop with a cellophane tape across my screen as I'm talking. And late hours, forget it. You know, I could only work when my kids fall asleep, or even sometimes I'm just too tired, I'll just fall asleep and I'll just go into the office and try to work 9 to 5 as efficiently as I could and forgo all the lunch meetings and all that, eat in front of my computer just to make up for time. Travel for work. You know, some people are privileged, you know, they are able to travel and have the kids taken care of by someone, but some they just don't have that means to do that. So who would you choose if you're the hiring manager? Is this an unconscious bias, or do you think it is a conscious decision? So the social stigma still remains, unfortunately. Throughout history, women have been assigned gender roles and expectations. When women demonstrate leadership qualities, they may be perceived negatively. Some are being said as bossy, aggressive, or even emotional. This is because society expects women to behave in a certain way, perhaps. You know, women are supposed to be meek or graceful, polite, obedient. To some, working under women is even considered disgraceful and simply outrageous, and this is true for certain cultures. But truth is, more and more women are casting off their chains and entering a world dominated by men. And I can tell you that this is a very unnerving experience for many women. And therefore, I strongly believe that women need to be emancipated and liberated. Well, I would like to share my own experience. When I first started on my research as a young scientist, I was told many times that my work didn't fit in. Not only that, I think I was constantly being compared to my peers, you know, and they were constantly being praised for doing better fitting research. And I was always trying to fight to move my research. And at that time, I had to choose if I wanted to stick to what I was doing or try to fit in the norm and do what everyone else is doing. So just for information, I work on targeted therapy, and that is the use of compounds or agents to block the signaling pathways in cancer cells or the tumor microenvironment to stop tumor growth. So at that time, 10 years ago, it wasn't a very popular field of research. You know, people were very much interested in plants, herbal products, and natural products. So I really had a difficult time trying to establish or embark on this area of research, especially as a young scientist. And I didn't feel that I could speak or anyone would listen to me. So that brings me to the next point. There are certain cultures in which, you know, being of a different gender, you know, it's okay for men to treat women differently. I have been through that. It's just not happening in Malaysia, but it does happen in other cultures. How about title? The title in front of your name, the rank, the social status. Should we be treated differently? Or should we be treating others differently just because we have a doctor in front of our name, we are a professor, you know, that sort of thing? it is something important that I would like to um, talk about, because I think growing up, we think that all these things are normal, because I am sad to say that I always thought that it was normal, because I've always seen this happening. But being abroad and then coming back and then having experienced this myself, I realize it's actually not normal. You know, we have to change the way we talk to people. We have to treat everyone the same, regardless of title, rank, social status. Okay. And the year 2020, I would call that a year of realization. You know, before that, I was always able to plan my things ahead and have schedules to follow. And suddenly, with the pandemic and the lockdown, I just lost my sense of direction. I was not able to schedule anything. And at that time, my husband just lost his job and he was stuck overseas and he couldn't come back. And I had two young kids and infants and another toddler, you know, always crying and tugging on my legs. And at the same time, I had to work from home. I had to write grants. I just found everything too overwhelming, and I just didn't know how to how to how to overcome these emotions that I had. I even thought that I had COVID, because I was literally having this shortness of breath, which I later found out that it was actually an anxiety attack. I was very much guilt stricken. I felt inefficient. I felt that I was not good enough because I was not able to be the best mom, and at the same time juggle with my career and, you know, write my best when it comes to grant application and, you know, be the best leader in this and that. You know, I was also having a lot of commitments with the NGOs and voluntary organizations. And at that time, I just felt that I wanted to give up. But science is fast evolving, so are opportunities in life. So maternity leave and childcare are very taxing. There's always this fear of losing out due to the inability to juggle. And also, I also realized that when I was pregnant, I've had decisions made on my behalf, and you know, it is sad to say, because people automatically think that when you're pregnant, you're unfit to do a certain job or to travel. So I think, you know, it is nice for people to just ask, hey, you know, I know that you are pregnant, so but you know, we have this. Would you still like to try? Would you still like to go ahead or not? I think it'll be nice to be asked rather than to have decision made on my behalf. And working from home and meetings via teleconferencing, well, I say this is one of the perks of the pandemic. This option is brilliant. It's previously very unpopular, but thanks to COVID, this is an option that many are willing to consider. Okay, and I'm also able to attend online conferences and not have the guilt or fear of losing out, you know, of not being able to keep abreast with the latest in this, you know, again, thanks to COVID-19. You know, I remember attending a conference with my 4 months old, and I asked the secretary if I could bring my baby into the conference room. And she actually told me no. I promised her that I would actually sit near the door, and at the very first cry or sound of the baby, I would bolt right out of the door, but she said no. And at that point, I instantly felt that I was being discriminated. I believe that the awards that I have received so far, including this one, they are not merely for me to boast about, but I really want to use them as platforms to drive positive change and be a voice that can be heard. Because I think it took me a very long time to find my voice, and now that I have it, I would like to put it to good use, and especially after what I have been through. I realized that not many people are able to talk about it or even you know, be taken seriously. So this is what I'm going to advocate for. Sometimes I believe that one has to get knocked down lower than one has ever been in order to stand up taller than one ever was before. And these are very much belief, because I feel that had I not been through whatever that I have been through, I probably wouldn't know what I would be capable of doing or achieving, and I would probably not have that drive or feel strongly about something. So I think thanks to the adversities that I'm now a stronger person. Okay. Science and innovation need to find a scientist regardless of gender. And when it becomes an emotional battle and you feel like you are losing, remember that a successful woman is one who can build a firm foundation with the bricks others have thrown at her. And because we are all leaders in a different way, I challenge us to reflect on what leadership means. You know, for some of us, living the new normal may mean having to survive with less or no financial income even, or having lost loved ones. You know, throughout the last 1 year, I have had friends who took their own lives. I have had people coming up to me with plans to take their own life. And it was hard for me at that time to think how I should be responding to this. You know, some are struggling with mental health, and some even have to juggle with increased family responsibilities due to the impacts of the pandemic. So kindness is actually never wasted. It always makes a difference. So I challenge us to reflect on what it means to practice kindness, to look at leadership in a different light. Okay, before I end my talk, I was just really curious because I've always heard about the stereotype on women not being able to drive. So out of curiosity, I decided to go on YouTube and I just typed men cannot drive. And then I wanted to see what came out of it. And so these are the top 5. You would see things that some people just can't drive, parallel parking, men versus women, Ed Sheeran can't drive, rich kids who can't drive, a 3-man hijack Cape Town truck, except that they cannot drive. But when I keyed in, women cannot drive, I was very surprised to see the top 5 hits. Women can't drive, Kathleen. Women can't drive. Here is 100% proof that women can't drive. Women can't drive. Here's proof. Top women driving fails. You know, there's stereotype women. It's all women. It's not even that women can't drive. It's women. But take note that we do have our own girl drifter, and her name is Leona Chin, and she can perhaps drive or drift better than some of our male peers here. Okay, so with this, I would like to thank all of you for listening. And I would just like to say that I was not born a scientist or a confident leader. I learned to do good science first by being told 1,000 times how I have done it wrong, and then learned to do it right. And there will definitely be good and bad days, but if you remain focused on your goals, your passion will definitely see you through it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to announce the second winner of the Young Woman Scientist Award. Congratulations to Professor Dr. Masila Kamaluddin. She's from the University Technical Malaysia Malacca, and she holds a PhD in Electrical and Electronic Engineering. Let's welcome Dr. Masila, and she's going to share a talk on an approach for the automations of requirement validations. Congratulations again.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi everyone, I'm Masila Kamaluddin from University Technical Malaysia Malacca. First of all, thank you Allah for blessing me to win this Young Women Scientist Award of 2020. I am pleased, honored and humbled to accept this award and to join past recipients who I have long admired and respected. Special thanks to Minds and panels for this recognition, and enormous salute to all of this year's nominees, each of whom have made incredible contributions to Malaysia's scientific research and innovation. Thank you to those who have nominated me and supported my nomination. For this, big thank you to Vice Chancellor of UTM for her trust on my capacity and ability as Women Scientist of Malaysia. And of course, thank you a million to my extended family, especially my husband, Fadil, who always gives his support to my career journey. Not forgetting my friends, members of IS3 group and my postgraduates and undergraduate students who have involved directly and indirectly with my research. And not forgetting my sweetheart little angel, Anggun, for her spirits in supporting Mommy's journey. Thank you. Not forgetting to two important people in my research journey, my both ex-PhD supervisors, Professor John Hosking and Professor John Grundy from University of Auckland and Monash University, who always motivate and advise me on the way forward as an excellent researcher and academics. They also have given me an opportunity to build up sound scientific contributions from their existing platform called Marama. From here, I developed my research and won many national and international grants on automated validation approach of requirements till I managed to develop my own automated requirements tool called Marek, where it is currently being leveraged to another tool and methodology called Test Marek, Secure Marek, Autocorrect Marek, and others by my students and partners. I'm also proud to mention that these tools, especially Test Marek, have won few awards from Minds, especially in ITEX, and being used by industry. Winning this award also seems to encourage me to contribute more to knowledge, people, and Malaysia itself. Now it's time to be content and move forward for a better change and success. Especially in facing and living in this pandemic COVID-19 has enlightened me to do more scientific contributions, especially in automation and digitalizations in society and also nation. Okay guys, I just would like to share a brief perspective of my journey in research, innovation, commercialization and engagement in science and technology. Since 2012, actually, when I was first back in Malaysia for my PhD and postdoctorate study, I was seriously puzzled and confused how to be a successful researcher, especially in winning grants from the governments and industries. First 6 months was dark experience for me, where mostly were rejected, till I met one person named Prof. Mustafa from UTHM, who really experienced and taught me on how to apply for national grants such as FRGS and PRGS. I also applied for MOSTI, and Alhamdulillah, till today, I managed to win most of them. I also take another venture in my life to approach my industry friend from USA, whom I met in Kansas, USA during Automated Software Engineering Conference in 2011. I was lucky that time as he was impressed with my PhD work and then invited me to meet him in San Antonio, Texas in 2012, which trusted me and gave me international industry grants. I did not stop here. Another person who I think contributed to my RISE journey and act as my RISE mentor is Datuk Professor Jailani, who was also a DVC of Research and Innovation of UTM during that time. He has taught me a lot by letting me experience to set up a first multidisciplinary research group comprises of ICT, engineering and social science expertise. Just imagine a young doctorate handling experienced professor, associate professors and doctorates during that time, and it's from various fields of expertise. And we are trying to combine the hard science and the social science, or maybe I could say soft science. It is tough, but really a thoughtful journey. I learned a lot to be a research leader. With IS3, we have conducted many multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary research, and for this, I managed to win 2 Best Researchers Awards in 2013 and 2015. Through my knowledge and skills in requirements engineering, to analyze and to negotiate the need of stakeholders, I myself managed to promote and finally commercialize my 2 products that come from my innovations, Order Saya and Smart Residence. Then I was given once again by Datuk Jai to be a key driver for RISE Bulletin of UTM, where it is already at the 10 editions. Here, I able to promote the research and innovations through the writing and reporting of significant research of UTM to the industries, IPTA, IPTS, and government sectors. Here also, I met a wide range of people and widened my connections with industries for my research and innovation. Truthfully, I am the one standing here accepting this honor, but the award belongs at least equally to the great teams where I can mention as IS3 team members, colleagues, my friends, my students that I have had the good fortune to work with at the various stages of my career. And again, thanks to MINDS, UTEM and Malaysian governments for all of the honor that you have done to me till today. It is proven that great success comes with hard work and without no shortcuts. And please, my friends, my young researchers, come together with me. Start now with your scientific research, your ideas, as sometimes later become never. Before I end my speech, I would like to share an inspirational quote by Marilyn Monroe that keep me stay strong and positive till today. I believe everything happens for a reason. People change, so you can learn to let go. Things go wrong so that you can appreciate them when they are right. You believe lies so that you will eventually learn to trust no one but yourself, and sometimes good things fall apart so better things can fall together. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. So I'm Professor Dr. Masila Kamarudin from University Technical Malaysia Melaka. First of all, thank you to MINDS for this award and recognition. Okay, guys, I would like to share with you part of my, I could say, most significant research titled An Approach for the Automation of Requirements Validation. So here is the outline of my talk today. So I will start with kind of introduction where I will introduce to all of you what is the nature of requirements, and then I will share with all of you the current scenarios, what happened in our country and maybe in our real life problems, and then moving towards the proposing and also introduce our approach and the tool support called test, MAREC, the results that we get from the evaluations, and then the achievements and also the international collaboration. Okay, as we know, we are moving towards Industry 4.0, and although we are at Industry 3.0, automations, computers and devices are moving towards the current need. And as for Industry 4.0, cyber physical system, Internet of Things, where we need to use Internet at any time, anywhere and everywhere. So, and of course, software is very important. So as we know now, software system and applications is being used in various domains of applications where it needs to handle complex functionality to ease the manual tasks and also to increase the productivity of the manufacturing and also the works that we are doing now, especially now when most of us are facing with this pandemic COVID-19, where everything is online and needs automation to help in most of the activities. So directly or indirectly, we have to admit that there is an increase of demands on software, but it must be a quality software. When I say quality, it needs to be something that satisfies the needs of the client stakeholders. And for this, automations also is very important. As we know, we need quality software, especially if we are moving towards Industry 4.0, and maybe in the next level, like in Japan, we already moved towards Industry 5.0. And based on our study, we found that most of the projects fail due to requirements related problems. So what is requirements? Before we move forward, I would like to a bit explain to especially the layman on what is requirements. So that the simple words and terms is customer needs and expectation. What do we want? What actually the client wants? So and they are analyzed and described in the following ways. First, high level or system level requirements. So this is normally at the I could say the technical savvy or maybe the IT savvy engineers or maybe clients that know what they want in terms of technicality. And functional requirements, what the system must do. Like for example, you said that you want to have a system that can save all the record for the participants. So what must the system do? The main functional requirements is to save the records. But in order to save the record, it also needs to do other parts of the activities. Like for example, they must allow the admin to be login. They need to authenticate the user and so on. And the other category is non-functional requirements. So non-functional requirements is more on how the system works or what is the behavior. So this we relates to the system properties, like for example, safety, security, and all the utilities. What I mean utilities, the qualities like reliability, usability, and all the specialty involved engineering requirements. And requirements also can derive from other aspects of requirements and design constraints, like what color you want, or what button that you expect to have, all that kind of things. And performance requirements, how fast, how many pieces that the printer can print at in the time of 1 minute or 1 second. Then interface requirements, that means by relationship between system elements, like how you navigate from one from one interface to another interface, or from one system to another system. So this is what we can define as requirements. Okay, as for requirements, it is divided into, I personally could put it into stated requirements or real requirements. There is a significant difference between both stated and real. Stated means the requirements that provided by customer at the beginning of a system or software development effort. Means I go and see, for example, I go and see Kathy, what you want to do? You want to have a system, like I said, to insert a system that can record the participant details. So that is a stated requirements. So, but real requirements is more into what after you go and see the customer, like in this case of Kathy. So after I see Katie, I try to analyze what she really wants, then it becomes the real requirements. So there is often a huge difference between the stated requirements and the real requirements, because we are human. When we say about requirements, we involve with human and also linguistic issue. Like what I think and what the customer wants is normally inconsistent at the beginning. Therefore, to have a quality requirements, it needs to fulfill the three C's. What I mean three C's here: consistent, correct, and also complete. So we have to filter by a process for the clarification of their meaning and education of other aspects that need to be considered. Okay, I would like to share current scenarios, what happened now in the current software houses, or maybe in the industries where most of the work, or I could say most of the developer thinks that the most important part of software development is the coding. Is the real work is developing a programming, and it needs to be done quickly. Yes, it can be true, but not totally true, whereby actually from the beginning, at the earlier phase of the software development, defining and to ensure we get the right requirements is important. Because if we get it wrong for the real requirement, the total development effort will go to the drain. Okay, I would like to share I think a very easy to understand scenario. This is a similar requirement specification where we need to have a drive. We can drive, a car can drive, and it must have a steering. But where is the steering? It's like we are in Malaysia, so it should be right-hand drive. And if we are in the US, we cannot drive the Malaysian car. I mean, like, we can drive Malaysian car, of course, but it's not the right-hand drive, but it needs to be the left-hand drive. So this is a similar requirements, but with different specification. Where here, what I mean is, the function is the same. The context is the same, but the environment is different. The law is different. The state is different. The geolocation is different. So all these affect to the quality of requirements. So therefore we need to ensure that the requirements are checked to ensure the system does what it's supposed to do by incorporating the verified requirements validated requirements, and also qualification requirements. Okay, this is also another example which I think is the simple and it's not technical, but I think it it affects. Okay, it disturb me sometimes as well. Like we have many watches, but we don't know which watch to use or which watch to wear today. So this happened to the customer himself. They want, like for example, they want, okay, please build me an online calculator, or maybe build me an online clock. But what kind of clock? What kind of watch? You want a stopwatch? You want an iPhone watch or something? So it goes same to when you want to wear a dress. Like here, there is a metric on how you match the watch with the dress code. So this is kind of conflicts that we need to overcome when we do requirements. So normally the problem phase is confused, the customer is confused, the engineers is also confused what you want, conflicts, what I think and what you think is different, incomplete, where when we try to elicit or capture the requirements, it is not fully 100% the requirements that needed or satisfy the customer, and of course, finally it leads to incorrectness. So it fails, okay? So therefore, what I want to stress today is the real problems that we face in our real software development nature of work. So requirement errors. When I say requirement errors, the 4 errors that I mentioned earlier, where it will trigger or cause you to have extensive rework costs. And as you know, in software development, time is important, man hour is important, quality is also important, because all these, and the scope is also important, because all these lead to the cost, the budget. And when your requirements is wrong, you have to do again your requirements, although you have start or you have finished your development work. You have this cause you project delay, cost overrun, loss of business and trust. I would like to share my own experience where I'm also a consultant for a few companies where you must elicit or you must try to capture the right requirements from the beginning, because this is how you try to build the confidence between you and your client. If not, they will think that they haven't seen your coding, they're not seeing your coding expert at the beginning. They are looking at how you negotiate things, how you confirm and define their needs. So that is important to win kind of grants or maybe project consultation as well. So all these lead to project failure, which we actually hope not to happen, because it will cost your money, hundreds over thousands, millions to go to drain. Okay, this is also due to lack of validation, because most of the validation or verification is being conducted after the coding is completed, not at the beginning when you do the requirement side. So this lead to ignorance of tasks, lack of resources, experts, limited scheduling and funding, and also lack validation like I mentioned just now. And as for the method-related problems, the conventional method, I don't say it's wrong, it's not good, it's okay, we are using that, but the method-related, the current conventional method is more time-consuming, difficult to understand, complex, and tedious. So all this leads to poor quality requirements, where we know that requirements are the key to success or failure of technical projects. Okay, here I want to share you one, if anyone from the IT background, software engineering, you are familiar with this from Iron Somerville kind of books, where this is example, okay? Business user is the customer, and the IT vendor, the contractor, both have different kind of thought, where the user wants to be, this is what I need. My contractor seems to know, and I say, well, they think that the contractor know what they want. What he wants is just a swing. So what kind of swing? So this contractor or IT vendor, he thinks that he wants something like the baby chair or the swing of the baby chair. But actually, he just wants a swing like with a tire and a string. So this is what I meant by inconsistent or maybe kind of miss of thought, okay? So, and this problem is very easily happen and always happen when it goes when it deals with projects in different time and location, like different time zone, like in the US, we are in Malaysia, okay. And maybe the most easiest problem that occurs, Malaysia like to outsource our work to India or to China. So communication barriers, understanding barriers, you know, all that kind of thing leads to this problem. And like I said, the most difficult problem to solve is inconsistency, incorrectness, and incompleteness of requirements. So therefore, based on all these issues and motivations, my team and I could say my postgraduate student and myself, we developed this approach since I did my postdoctorate study until, from my PhD, my postdoctorate, and until it is continued by my ex-PhD students, Nur Aiza Mukhtar. So we have come up with an approach to validate, we call as requirement validation using requirement-based testing, RBT, methodology, and rapid prototyping with semi-formalized model called essential use cases and EUI models, where here we try to solve the issue at the abstract level, and here we develop abstract test pattern libraries. We also have managed to come up with a template-based test authoring on how to write the test to validate the requirements and how to overcome real-time validation approach, where we allow real-time collaborative validation approach if you are in different time zone or location by using our tool. So if you see from the figure that I put at the start, maybe I can list the point. Okay, here, requirement at the first part is the requirements quality side, whereby we gain the requirement from the client stakeholder, number one. Here we try to validate requirements against the objective, apply scenarios against the requirements, perform ambiguity and domain expert review. Then here we transform the test requirements to the model, semi-formalized model, EUC, where we have developed the EUC pattern library, and we allow traceability between the test requirements and the model, and also the prototype model, where here we validate and review the design codes and execute the test cases against the code. So from the test requirements and also the model, we develop the workable prototype, the mock, I could say mock prototype, okay? Then we develop test cases and test scripts. And for here to implement all these, we have come up with another approach where we call test authoring template for engineers to write the test requirement and test cases. And also for the and the third part is developing the real-time collaborative environment, where if we are our stakeholders is at different time zone or location, we can still discuss and modify the requirements online, and then bring out again the generate again the test requirements and test cases until the workable prototype. Okay. Okay, so this is what I want to show just now. So the three parts. Okay, I want to go to the next slide. Okay, so before we move forward, I would like to briefly describe what is essential use case, because if most people are more into use cases, essential use case is developed by Constantine Lowood in 2001. So during my PhD time, I'm the one who initiated back this EUC based on the communication of my ex-supervisor, Professor John Grundy and John Hoskin, with the author itself, Constantine Lowood. As he said that the EUC is not being used because not being used widely as use cases because a lack of tool support. So we developed the tool to help on this. So what is EUC? So it's a structured narrative expressed in the language of the application domain of end users, comprising a simplified, generalized, abstract, technology-free, and independent description of tasks and interaction. So if you can see here, okay, let me on the pointer again. So here is the simple of requirements. So based on the requirements, we extract or we abstract the important keyword, the one that bold in highlight in yellow and bold in red, and map to a particular abstract interaction. So if like for example, type in his or her name and customer ID is mapped to identify self. And then clicks on installation is select hub option. So all these we call as essential use cases. And where come all the pattern for that? We developed the UC pattern library in our previous work. Okay, then as for the essential user interface, EUI, it works in tandem very well with EUC because both works in abstract level. So EUC will give you the abstract interactions, what are the main important keywords, and EUR will give you what are the important prototype or maybe the interface to describe the ideas behind the UI. Here we are not talking about what button, what color, and so not. We are just talking about what needs to be at the system. Okay, so from both EUC and UI, we developed the abstract test, which here we refer to test requirements and test cases that are generated from the EUC and EUR model. So this is a high-level test requirement and test cases that represent a requirement scenario. So what is test requirements? Test requirements is statement that identify what needs to be tested and validated for both positive and negative tests, and can be derived from business requirements, functionality or internal logic, which are normally written in marketing, functional or technical specification documents, and should be written with action verb like validate that, blah, 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 verify that, or check for, blah, blah, blah. And it shouldn't have a specific data values. So these are the example of test requirements, and from here we develop the test authoring template to guide the engineers to write the test so that they can have a provide and here also it will provide problem notification feedback if they do it wrongly, and where this is to help us to enhance the scalability of our pattern library. So here is the information on how we develop the pattern libraries. So you can refer to here. And here are the example on how we develop the pattern. So we include the with the expert from English expert to look at the linguistic, and also we met with our structure on the test requirements. So here is the rules on how we define the 3 C's, the quality, completeness, correctness, and consistency. So if you see here, we have 3 parts: requirements, test requirements, and test cases. So the TC test cases. So consistency means the requirement consists is equals to the TR and also the TC. Okay, and completeness means TR, the test requirement, and TC is completed. I mean, it contains of both. And correctness means C1 and C2. Mean if consistency and correctness are fulfilled. So complete and consistent must fulfill, that is correct. So that is the definition that we define for this word. So this is how we do the requirements checking process. You can have a look on here. We have the trace back, check the consistency. We have the abstract test, check the correctness, and requirement quality checking process also. It have like constantly mockup UI, you know. Here is the one that we call as mockup UI. Let me show you here. This part is the mockup UI. So after you have the test requirements, we develop the mockup UI. So this is the trace back and all this that is important that we mentioned. Okay, so all the steps for quality checking. So this is the elements of correctness of the test requirements. Okay. So here is the template-based authoring, where this is where we write the test requirements, and this is the keywords that are available in the pattern library. So here is the environment for the real-time collaboration. Sorry. So here is the requirements from the figure we converted to the Word version. So here we can see there is a Marcos Udenkop. This is from US, my partner, and we invite him to be together in this platform. So TestMarek is actually online, so anyone interested can also have a look on it. Actually, I have a video. Maybe we can share later on how TestMarek is working. So for this work, we have conducted the evaluations, and we get a few results. Couple of evaluations. We have correctness test, usability test, where we do comparisons of manual and also the tool correctness ratio. We study on the user study, where we do survey questionnaire and also interview with the expert. So here are the results of the correctness, whereby TestMarek able to provide 100% correctness. Then here is on the usability study. We conducted based on the use questionnaire, and also we conduct to learn more about the trade-off. On the usability, we have conducted connected dimension study like Blackwell, and most are I could say positive 85% and above. And we conduct a further usability study with the experts, which is more than 10 years experience requirements. So where we want to see the usefulness of the tool in terms of generating the abstract test, template-based authoring, and real-time collaborative approach. So these are all the results. I could say is very promising and impressive on this. So as a summary and lesson learned, so I could say that requirement variation is important to ensure the specified requirements meet the user's need. And lack validation of requirements will increase the cost of fixing those errors in a later stage. And we believe that our developed approach can contribute to the requirements engineering body of knowledge, especially in requirements and validation process. So, and as for conclusion, the implementation of our requirement validation approach and tool contributed to several benefits, included of help to lessen human interference, reduce effort and time in requirement validation, because we provide the automatic generations of test cases and mock-up UI prototype, and help them get into the quality in terms of correctness, completeness, and consistency of the requirements. And of course, it helps the novice requirements engineers or the new engineer to learn on how to write test requirements and test cases. And it also supports the reusability, as the generated test case and mockup UI can be reusable in the design and testing phase, and also to confirm your requirements. And it also promotes early testing and get testing involved at the requirements level. This will help to reduce effort in final testing phase. So achievement of the research, we have multiple papers, articles in journals, conferences, and book chapters. And we won a few awards in MTE, UTMX, Pachipta. And also it leads us with partnership and collaboration from USA, Malaysia, IBM, University of Auckland of New Zealand, and also Swinburne University of Technology in Australia. I think with that, thank you. Any question you can ask me or email me, and any collaboration are also welcome.
The Institutions of Engineering and Technology is celebrating the 150th anniversary this year. Dr. Emily Leong, the Hon Secretary of IET Malaysia Local Network, will bring to you a talk on Women Engineers in Industry Revolution 4.0. She holds a PhD in engineering and specialized in IC semicon manufacturing. She's currently working in UCSI University and has more than 10 years working experience in semiconductor company. Let's welcome Dr. Emily Leong. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say thank you to MINDS to invite me as a speaker for this National Women's Conference. Today, it's my pleasure to share with you my journey as a woman engineer throughout my past 10 years, to now. Today, I'd like to share about women engineers in era 4.0. I believe that everyone in this room, we are experiencing the new norm due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The new word right now we use is online shopping, online classes, online meetings. We have online food delivery and so on. The way we work will never be the same again. The skill that we had and we need will be different dramatically. For example, since last year MCO, I have to retrain myself to have the skill to teach online. So nowadays, it's a new word called hybrid. I have to teach the class through physical class and at the same time, online class. That's why the word hybrid has come. So this COVID-19 is actually has accelerated era 4.0. Later I'll show you a slide. What does it mean by Industrial Revolution 4.0? As you see over here, Industrial 4.0 has enabled us to work online, to enable us to connect with people even from far away, from the US, from Europe. It does not have a matter as long as we have this platform such as Zoom, MS Team to enable us to connect to our peers and colleagues. There was a survey done by McKinsey. These surveys were, the respondents are from the global manufacturing leaders. 94% says that era 4.0 has helped them in running their operations tremendously. And another 56% says that era 4.0 is very critical for their crisis responses. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, what is this era 4.0 is all about? As you see over here, this is a chart, the industrial revolution from 1.0 until today we are in the industrial 4.0. Let me straight go to industry 3.0. Industry 3.0 is about digitizations, where at that time, the world, 1969, everyone is talking about automations. We want to have reduced the labor intensive so that we use machines to help us to do the jobs. But now we are in the era of Industry 4.0 where we want to have these digital transformations. Digital transformations where right now I think everyone else heard about these words, the terms called smart homes, smart cities, and as well as smart manufacturing line. In fact, this smart manufacturing line is very suited into this Industry 4.0. So what does it mean by smart? Industry 3.0 enables to have this automated system. However, in this digital transformations, it enable the machines to talk to each other, enable the machines to analyze and give a feedback to you saying that they are not healthy. So it's enabled to let the machine to have a self-monitoring, for example. So what are the pillars that enable these digital transformations? There are total 9 pillars. Over here, autonomous robots, cloud computing, big data, system integrations, 3D printer, IoT, augmented reality, simulations, and the cybersecurity. Of course, I cannot go into details for each one of these, but let me give you 3C over here at the center of this diagram here. The 3C are communications, control, and computations. It is the backbone for this era 4.0 concept, whereby communications about how do we interact with each other, the connectivity. I'm sure everyone here, if let's say, if there is no Wi-Fi connection at home, right, or in the office, yeah, or anywhere in the outside the restaurant, we will like, oh, what should I do right now? Because we don't have internet, we cannot surf Facebook, we cannot do our work. So the connectivity is so important, and whereby this Internet of Things plays under these communications. We need to let the machine to talk to each other. This control is about interfacing. We interface various of sensors. There are many types of sensors outside depending on our applications, such as temperature sensors, for example, to sense the temperatures of our air conditioning systems. Imagine it's one day your air conditioning systems give you a alert in your phone, say beep beep, yeah, it's time to do the service. How good it is, right? We do not need to wait for an aircon breakdown, or it's not cold, then we call the technicians. But it's already give you a hint that the gas inside the aircon is almost flat already. We need to do the service. Yeah. So if you ask me, right, this digital transformations is all about computation. Computations in terms of the big data. This era is about big data. The new term you heard about, right, is data science, right? Data science is about how do we analyze the data. It's all about data implementations. Yeah. If let's say you can analyze the big chunk of data and crunch them and become the useful data to make something useful, to analyze something useful, to give you a better solution, yes, this is about IR 4.0. Yeah. And among all these things, right, without IC semiconductor innovations, if you're not able to happen so successful. What's the reason? It's because IC semiconductors is the backbone for all these systems. Why do I say so? I will let you know in a few more slides. Okay, before that, I would like to bring you to this history of our E&E industry in Malaysia. Yeah, it's all started since 1972 in Penang at the Bayan Lepas Free Trade Zone or Free Industry Zone. Yeah, over here in Penang here, if you drive your car to Bayan Lepas, you can see many gigantic factories. For example, MNC companies such as Intel, Altera, Broadcom, Robert Bosch, Osram, and so on are here. Yeah. In fact, Intel technologies have total, in my time, there are 12 buildings that belongs to Intel Technologies. So I would like to let you all know, E&E industry in Malaysia has grown up so much, and it has grown up by leaps and bounds. Yeah. Why? Let me show you this data. This data is from the source of Matrix 2019. It shows the total export of the products from Malaysia. All right, and you see the big chunk over here. Electrical and electronic products export has become the biggest chunk, which is the total of 37.78% of this total exports. So you can see that E&E industry has contributed so much into Malaysia's development right now. So it's continuing to grow strong. There is a huge demand. Why? It's because of the recent last year, right? Everyone know about the US trade war with China, and it has pushed, right, some of the foreign investments come to Malaysia. Especially now, you will see there are investments. Yeah, they invest at the Batu Kawan in the Seberang Perai area. So it's going to be more and more exciting, and it's going to grow stronger and stronger. All right, let me share with you my career journey in semiconductors. How many of you here in this room does not have a phone? Yeah, in this picture is a phone, yeah, of an Apple phone, the latest model. If you tear down this phone, right, actually besides the battery, you will see there is a lot of black color electronic component. It is a IC chip. Yes, IC chips. And my job for the past 10 years, I deal with chips. It's not potato chips, but IC chips. Yeah, and IC chips stand for integrated circuits. Inside these integrated circuits, there are billions of transistors, especially microprocessors. Yeah, is nowadays, right? The technology node has so small until about 5 nanometers. Yeah, it's nanometers. It's now we are in the nanotechnologies. Yeah, and semiconductor is at the pioneer for this complex technology. Yeah, this is an overview, yeah, of my career journey. I started as a technician in Agilent Technologies. Then I moved to Intel Technologies as the system validation engineers in validate the microprocessor, new silicons. Then I moved to Freescale Semiconductors to perform the to take care of the products. My products are microcontrollers. Then after 4 years, I left. Then I had a full-time research as an enhanced packaging, yeah, and researcher. Then here I am right now as a university, as a lecturer in UCSI, University Malaysia. Yeah, this is my brief of my career journey. Yeah, I would like to share with you, yeah, ICs consist of many process from the IC design to wafer fabrications, then from wafer fabrications to assembly process, to final testing and before it shipped to customers. What is this all about? Okay, let me give you a scenario. For example, today, customers want to have a special specifications that functions, for example, to have a higher speed or higher RAM size. Yeah, then our design engineer will take note on this and come up with a new circuit design. From the circuit design, it turn into a layout designs. Layout design, there are many layers of this digital circuits, and then from there, once we finalize, yeah, the design engineer will come up with a mask. Yeah, this mask will send to the wafer fab, and wafer fab will fabricate this wafer. Yeah, either it's a 12-inch wafer, 8-inch wafer, or some are 4-inch wafer. Yeah, and for your information, this wafer fabrication is the most expensive process. That is why some of the semiconductor manufacturer, right, they do not prefer to own this process. They will outsource it, for example, to the giant, yeah, in Taiwan, TSMC, yeah, to do the wafer fabrications, and then we get the wafer, we perform our own assembly process. So my journey is here, the assembly process and final testing. Yeah, assembly process is to, once we get the wafer, we perform soldering, die attach, the interconnections such as wire bonding or flip chips. Then we go for the encapsulations, yeah, to protect the inner die before go for final testing. Final testing means it's very final to make sure that our IC chips are good products and we ship to customers. So at this slide, I would like to share, the role of a product engineers. What I did, when I was a product engineer. In fact, right now, the role of a product engineer did not change. It's still the same. Our ultimate KPI is we need to increase the quality of the product with minimum cost. We want to have the higher the better of the productivity with reduced cost. That is why we always have productivity quality increase with the lower cost. Yeah. In this picture, right, why I show this one is because that during my time as a product engineer, I deal with automotive customers. Automotive customers, they have a higher spec because it's about this IC chips, right? It's put into our car. Imagine your car, Honda car, your Toyota car, right? The brake systems must be good to ensure that we are safe. The safety is the utmost priority from our customers. Therefore, the reliability of these IC chips in a car is the number one priority by the customers. Yeah, we are buying according to the AEC specs, which is the Automotive Engineering Council. Make sure the reliability of the chips is good. Yeah. Do you know that I just read an article, the car nowadays, right, consume 30% of the entire cost of a car. You can imagine how many IC chips that control a car or the different functions of the car. For example, the powertrain, vehicle dynamics, and the window control, the engines control, the body control, yeah, the brake system control, and many more. Yeah, and recently, right, it shows that, especially from Tesla, yeah, innovation in semiconductor industry are driving the next generations of EV, means electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. It's such a disruptive in these technologies. I also watched a video, yeah, from China that they has really already implement autonomous vehicles, yeah. It is so high-tech technologies. So Malaysians, are we ready? Yeah. Okay, let me share my career journey when I was in assembly process. Yeah, this is the IC chips that I showed you just now with the encapsulated mold compound. Yeah, if let's say we do the decapping that is to remove this mold compound, right? You will see this inner die. Yeah, this inner die. Yeah, if you see this wire in gold color, actually they are gold wire. Okay, they are gold wire. So therefore, what is this interconnections technologies is all about? It is a method for electrical interconnection between the internal silicon chips to the external world, such as when you solder it to a PCB board. So this process need high speed, high accuracy, and high precision because we are no longer dealing with big size, but we're dealing with fine pitch micron size. Yeah, this video, right? Let me show you this video first. Yes, this is the actual wire bonding process when I did the wire bonding during my time as a researcher. Yeah, this videos in fact is actually captured through a microscope. It because that the die is just as big as our nail size only, and then the wires is in fact is very fine pitch up to 18 micron size. And this is a tweezer. This tweezer, sorry, not tweezer. This is a capillary. Yeah, the capillary. You need to use a tweezer to hold it. You can imagine the tweezer to hold it is a very small needle, yeah, to do this wire bonding. And this wire bonding process is the most complicated assembly process. Yeah. Over here, I would like to share with you about my PhD research. I did process optimization and reliability studies on this 20 micron fine pitch insulated copper wire bonding. The novelty of this project, the research is all about the wire. This wire has a thin layer, organic coating, which is the thickness is about 100 nanometer only. Yeah, 100 nanometer is very thin. Yeah, you want to study whether this wire is reliable and is the bondability of this wire is good or not. So at the end of my 4 years research, I was able to file a patent together with my colleagues at that time, yeah, my peers. Yeah, this patents called wire bonding apparatus and method. Yeah, sometimes everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I think that when we have a problem, we do not need to be afraid because the problem sometimes will lead us to another success. So this is success that these patents, right, is about the novelty about polishers as concept, an idea that I put a intelligent polisher at the wire bonding system to polish away the insulations. Yeah. So what is IRA 1.0? What is smart manufacturing line? Yeah. So how can we achieve a excellent manufacturing line with IRA 4.0? So the manufacturers and the suppliers, they work together hand in hand, yeah, to implement real-time process and performance monitoring, real-time equipment health monitoring, and for example, And of course, it can run away, as I mentioned earlier, the advanced data analytic and traceability. We must able to trace, yeah, about our process, from which lot, from which month. Yeah, this is very important. Yeah, from which machines, and who was operator that operate that machines. Everything must be documented and must be traceable. Yeah, of course, the last one is about predictive maintenance monitoring analysis. Yeah, so let me give you a scenario about this. If let's say we have this manufacturing excellence, right, where we can have a real-time monitoring through a dashboard, we can save a lot of our time. For example, I'm sure everyone see this photo that I'm wearing these jumpsuits. Yeah. So when I go to assembly floor, from office to the assembly floor, it takes about 5 minutes because the factory is big. I need to take lift, go up and go down to reach the assembly floor. At the assembly floor, it takes me about 10 minutes time to change my attire, full attire. Yeah, you only can see my eye, boots, hairnet with the glove and with the mask. Yeah, takes about 10 minutes. And before you really go into the production floor, you need to go to a shower room. Yeah, clean room. Before the clean room, there's a shower, air shower to shower away all your contaminants, your dust. Yeah, before you can execute the task. So the lead time wasted, yeah, go and forth, right, is about 30 minutes. And this 30 minutes can be saved if, let's say, we have a real-time monitoring whereby you can control the system by a few clicks and the job gets done, right now. Yeah. So this is, I got it from the internet. So basically, what is smart manufacturing with IR 4.0? It's about faster response to the production needs. Yeah. And it's a much greater efficiency. By a real-time monitoring, and by a few clicks and controls about what we can see in the dashboard interface, this is what we want with the smart manufacturing with IR 4.0. So at the this is almost the last slide. In my opinions, right, to make the IR 4.0 integration successful, each stakeholders must play their roles. Yeah, industries, government agencies, and the academia. Yeah, in terms of the academias, right, I would say that we as academicians, we have the role, to prepare my graduates. They are fully equipped with this IR 4.0 knowledge. Therefore, my research projects, and most of it are industrial collaborations, is one of the projects is energy meter monitoring systems with the IoT systems. So I always active in the NGO and try to have this industrial collaboration because industry have the real problem. Yeah, I can use the case study and let my student to perform the research, and after that they have the experience, they have this knowledge and skills that the industry want. So I'd like to end these presentations with these slides. Yeah, who are engineers? Engineers is a team of professionals, a team that we work together to solve problems. We are the problem solvers. Yeah, we are fun, but when we work very hard. We are dynamic, and we are here to contribute innovations to the national developments. So to the students, if let's say you have this kind of characters and you like to join as engineers, please come, because now is the time. Engineering is booming again. Okay. With that, I would like to end my presentations. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. Tan Sui Lian. She is with MARTI for 37 years and Academy of Science Malaysia from 2009. Her specialization is on plant breeding, crop physiology, and plant genetics. She has more than 274 publications. She's also the Fellow of Academy of Science Malaysia, Fellow of ASEAN Academy of Engineering and Technology. Her current positions include International Collaborative Partner with Utah, Member of Project Monitoring Panels with MARTI, and she's also the Working Group Members of Academic Science Malaysia on Science Outlook 2020. Let's welcome Dr. Tan Sui Lian. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope my talk today will inspire the youth, especially the girls, as they face the crossroads of choice to consider agricultural science as a viable career option. Join me now as I take you on a journey of my lifelong career path, one that is fulfilling as well as, I hope, beneficial to society. Okay, there are many facets to a career in agriculture. You can be a farmer by yourself, be self-employed, you can farm crops, or you can breed and look after animals, rare animals, livestock production, or you can do aquaculture, raising fish and shrimp, or if you prefer, you can even work in the lab doing more basic type of research. What is the importance and contribution of agriculture to society? Historically, agriculture plays a very crucial role in human history. It provides food, feed, and fiber to enable civilizations to develop and grow. Agriculture is one of the oldest occupations in the history of man, and it is believed to have started 10,000 years ago. In China, millet agriculture began in 7,500 BC, also the domestication of rice, so it's a long history. And agriculture has also been linked to significant historical events. For example, the rise and fall of civilizations, the potato famine in Ireland, which led to mass emigration. The great Irish potato famine was caused by this disease of potato, which is a fungus causing potato late blight. And the consequence of this devastating disease was there was a mass starvation, leading to people emigrating to England from Ireland, to Scotland and to US, Canada and Australia. Also, because of agriculture, people who went to the New World, that is the Americas, they started introducing crops to the Old World. And from there to Asia, for example, tobacco, potato, tomato, chili, sweet potato, cassava, corn, rubber, and cocoa. They all came from South America and was brought to what they call the Old World. And the consequences is as follows. China has become the world's greatest or largest producer of sweet potato. Cassava is an important staple in Africa. Chili is ubiquitous and common, found in India, Southeast Asia, Korea, other than just in Central and South America. And also the main rubber producers are in Southeast Asia. Remember, all these crops were not originating from Asia. What is the role of agriculture today? Again, it provides food, feed, and fiber which do not go out of fashion. It also provides ingredients for medicine and health. It's a source of industrial materials, for example, rubber, and it serves the ornamental and floriculture trade. Agriculture meets the changing needs of modern man. So nowadays, it even supplies renewable energy, fuel. So the fourth F is food, feed, fiber, and fuel now. Pharmaceuticals and bioplastics. And agriculture remains an important occupation in almost all countries. So you can see, if you use the food pyramid as an example, you can see all of these are produced from agriculture. They are not man-made. They are produced from farming and animal husbandry. We also have natural fibers from silkworm, from cotton, and from flax. Also fibers like kenaf and jute for making ropes and other fibers, hemp, okay? And we have also medicinal plants and herbs. For example, the Madagascar periwinkle, which is used to treat Hodgkin's disease, which is a childhood leukemia. Also pagaga, which is used in wound healing, anti-aging, and has sedative effects. We have, I think you've also heard of evening primrose oil, It helps with menopausal problem, eczema, and rheumatoid arthritis. Then we have Tongkat Ali, which is believed to be an aphrodisiac, but it is in fact found to be very useful as a treatment for malaria. Then food is also used as medicine. For example, carrots and orange sweet potato, they are high in beta carotene, which is a powerful antioxidant. And beta carotene, when you eat it, it is provitamin A. It gets converted to vitamin A in the body. We also have lycopene in tomatoes, which protects against prostate cancer, and lutein in eggs, the egg yolk, and as well as in orange. This protects against age-related macular degeneration, which is a disease of the eye. As you grow older, you can go blind if you have AMD. Which is also, you can see also this rich sources of anthocyanin, which can range from red to purple to blue in color. These are very powerful antioxidants. Find it in red cabbage, in blueberries and blackberries, also in beetroot, plums, or grapes, purple flesh sweet potato, and in strawberries. Then, of course, there's the floriculture trade. Many flowers, and that is $1 billion market where people export or grow locally. Then we have industrial crops which produce biofuels. For example, cassava, sweet potato, starch crops, which can be converted from starch to alcohol, so they become a petrol substitute. Whereas the oil producing crops like oil palm, coconut, and jatropha, they can produce biodiesel to replace what you call diesel and petrol. Then from starch also you can produce biodegradable plastics, so you can replace all these things from using the artificial polystyrene and stuff into biodegradable plastics, which is kinder to the environment. So what is my personal experience and personal fulfillment from a career in agriculture? What, for example, is agriculture science? Everything actually didn't seem to be in my favor at the time when I was looking for a career. I'm a woman, I'm city born and bred, so people think very strange that you want to do farming. And there's in fact a stigma in studying agriculture science in those days. People always choose medicine first choice, second choice is science, and third choice only comes agriculture science. But unlike other people, I chose agriculture science as my first choice. And my reasons why: I didn't like medicine. I didn't want to face the sick and wounded day after day. That's very depressing to me. I didn't want to do science because at that time, now things are different. At that time, the only prospect when you study science, you end up teaching, and I hate to be a teacher. But doing agriculture, I'll have a chance to work outdoors. I'll have a chance to do research and to innovate. And I'll have a chance to contribute to applied technologies to solve actual problems. So my career pathway was like this. I did a bachelor's in agriculture science from the Faculty of Agriculture in University of Malaya. At that time, there was a Faculty of Agriculture. It's no longer there. Graduating in 1973 with first class honors. Then I went on to do my master's in agriculture science at the Faculty of Agriculture, University Pertanian, Malaysia. Now it's called University Putra, Malaysia. Graduating in 1980. I did my master's and my PhD on a part-time basis, which means I was working all the time and doing my thesis part-time. So I did my PhD at the Faculty of Science in University of Malaya, graduating in 1993. From graduation in 1973 to retirement in 2010, I worked at Mahdi as a research scientist in plant breeding, starting out as an assistant research officer, going to research officer, then program coordinator, principal research officer, and deputy director of a research center. My research activities covered these areas of specialization: plant breeding, agronomy, and crop physiology. And my crop specialties were cassava, sweet potato, maize, and stevia. I also coordinated breeding programs in rice, maize, groundnut, sugarcane, beverage crops like tea and coffee, as well as pepper, and also coordinated field crop programs covering maize, sugarcane, mulberry, cassava, and sweet potato. So I had quite a wide knowledge base in carrying out these coordinating programs. And I served on editorial boards at the division or center level, where we compile annual reports and bulletin technology. And at MADI level, I was in the editorial board for the MADI Research Bulletin, which eventually became MADI Research Journal, and now is known as the Journal for Tropical Agriculture and Food Science. We also compiled MADI reports and technology manuals. Some of the discoveries and inventions that I had was improved cassava varieties, which included Perintis in 1988, a very high yielding variety, MM92 in 1992, which is an early variety. Cassava is normally harvested after 12 months, but MM92 could be harvested after 6 months and gave almost the same yield as other varieties at 12 months. Then there was Sri Pontian, which is an edible variety in 2003. Also in the same year, there were 2 other varieties, Sri Kanji 1 and 2 were released. These are starch varieties. And I was also involved in putting together complete production packages for cassava for growing in mineral salts and on drain feed. These are some of the press cuttings covering the varieties that I released, the 5 cassava varieties. I also released new improved sweet potato varieties, Gandut, which is a very nice eating variety in 1994, Telung and Yellow Mas in 2000, which are processing varieties for making sweet potato starch, and Vitato, which is a high beta-carotene, which is orange flesh variety in 2007, which can be used for table variety and also processed into flour. I was also involved in putting together the production packages for sweet potato for growing on mineral soil, on drain peat, on acid sulfate soil, and on sandy soils, that is Bris, which is the sandy soils you find on east coast of Malaysia, Peninsular Malaysia. These are not the beach soils, they are actually what they call beach ridges interspersed with shale. That gives you the acronym Bris. They are a bit inland from the beach soils, so they are not saline, and also ex-mining land. So again, the press coverage for the 4 sweet potato varieties. For Vitato, we actually won a Platinum Award at the British Invention Fair. So also among my achievements, I should say, are publications. I have journal papers, 66 of them, conference presentation and proceedings, 115, popular articles, 57, books or chapters in books, 36, posters, 12, and lectures, 16. Now, what is the beauty of agriculture science? It's a healthy career. You get to work outdoors in fresh air and sunshine. It is hands-on and applied, and you work closely with living organisms. And if you choose, you also work with farmers. You understand and appreciate nature, the environment, and what is sustainability. And literally, you are able to see the fruits of your labor. And you can serve your country by producing food to satisfy food supply and to save foreign exchange by substituting food imports. With a career in research and development, you get the challenge of being able to look for solutions to real problems. There is no chance of feeling bored, as research topics are limitless as your own imagination. So what next? For those seeking a career in agriculture, these are the available courses today. There are 8 institutions of higher learning which offer a bachelor's degree in agriculture-related sciences. For example, UPM, University Putra Malaysia, University Technology Mara, University Malaysia Kelantan, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, University Tunku Abdul Rahman, University Malaysia Sarawak, University Malaysia Sabah, and University Pendidik Sultan Idris. There are also other available courses, not agriculture per se, but for example, some foreign and private institutions of higher learning offer a bachelor's degrees in related fields. For example, University of Nottingham, Malaysia, you can do biotechnology and apply to agriculture. Sailors College offers food science. Monash University, Malaysia offers food science and technology, which is also related to agriculture. Now, the traditional fields of specialization in agriculture can be in crop production, your whole list of disciplines like plant breeding, agronomy, horticulture, pest and disease management, where you can be an entomologist, pathologist, nematologist, or meat scientist. If you choose to do livestock production, you can do animal husbandry. You can be an animal nutritionist, looking at ruminants or non-ruminants. And then there's animal health, where you engage in pest and disease management. There's also aquaculture. Then you also have food science, where you can do food safety or food technology, which involves food post-harvest handling, processing, and new product development. Or you can look into food composition and the nutritional value of it. Agriculture engineering, if for those who would like to work with machines, you can do field mechanization or mechanization in processing. But there are also new challenges now, and in the future, we have to look at things like climate change, shrinking accessibility to land and water resources, designer food for health, and feeding a rapid growing population in sustainable ways. So there are new emerging fields like crop production. Now we can look into resource management and conservation, biotechnology, which includes genetic engineering and molecular biology, intensive crop production, which takes into consideration automated greenhouse systems, organic and sustainable production systems, biofertilizers, and looking at the soil microbiome, biological control, looking at biopesticides, parasitoids, bacteria, and fungi instead of chemical pesticides to control pests and disease. In livestock production, we now even have cultured meat, or what they call clean meat, and recently even clean milk, vegetarian meat, insect protein, which is a meat substitute. Incidentally, people are looking at this because livestock production, especially the ruminants like beef, sheep, and goats, they produce a lot of greenhouse gases. So this is one way of protecting the environment, to not rear animals, but to look into alternatives in the lab. Then there's aquaponics, which combines fish and crop production. These are the production stages of clean meat. Muscle tissue is removed from a cow, and then from the stem cells, you can actually grow the cells in a lab. And as a muscle can be grown, and then it goes in the processor, and you come out with green meat, clean meat, and this is what you get. More like, I would say, minced meat. But now, recently, there's also people who have worked on producing the meat to look like cut meat, no? So there's one lab research institution which has produced steak, which looks like ribeye steak. So it's structured no longer in this sort of minced meat fashion, more acceptable to people who want to eat meat. There's also, as I mentioned, meat from insects. As you know, sago worm, eating sago worms is nothing new in Sarawak. It's also already a culture. People even eat it raw. But now they're coming to produce black soldier fly. They're actually eating the grubs, the maggots, rather than the fly itself. Then you have mealworms or crickets and locusts. These are all possible sources of insect protein. And as I mentioned just now, aquaponics, this is loosely described as a combination of aquaculture and hydroponics, which means you can grow plants, and then the food and decomposing food and waste from fish will go on to produce the nutrients for the plants. So the fish and plants can grow happily together. see the fish excrete an ammonia, and the ammonia is converted into nitrates by bacteria, and the nitrites are produced, converted to nitrates, and it goes to the plant. New emerging fields also include nanotechnology in food science and application technology to help in uptake of nutrients and absorption by the digestive system. Then there's artificial intelligence and machine learning, which involves robotics, drones, precision agriculture, smart agriculture like indoor farms, and blockchain systems which reduce food losses. Here we have the automated control environment greenhouses, which will overcome the problems of climate change, save a lot of labor because a lot of it is automated, and there's a precise application of fertilizers so they don't have wastage. So what are the career opportunities for people who want to consider agricultural science? First, there's the agriculture agencies such as chemical seed companies and plantations. You can also do research and development in institutions, in university and international research centers. That if you are people-centric, you can do extension services and consultancies. Those who want to teach, you can have a career in university and agricultural schools. Food companies are always looking for food technologists to do processing, new product development and nutraceuticals. You can even be self-employed. Many people who do agriculture science are now educated and very good farmers. As a modern, well-informed farmer, you can go into crop production, aquaculture, or flower nurseries. So this is my presentation. Thank you. I will take any questions if there are.
Thank you. Thank you. A very big thank you to all the speakers. Now I would like to invite all the 4 outstanding ladies here to share on your challenges you have faced in your achievement. Let's welcome Dr. Un.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes,
good. All right. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. So I've shared previously that I think being a young scientist and of childbearing age is, of course, very challenging. And of course, I think in Malaysia, we don't really face many discriminations when it comes to gender. But I think in general, it still happens in Asia. And I think as women, we have to really stand up. And this is where I see education as a tool for empowerment, because before this, I have never seen education in that light. I think I have taken education for granted until I visited the less fortunate parts of the world to realize that some girls even have to fight for education. So I think we consider ourselves lucky, and with this knowledge that we have, it's our duty to actually give back to the society.
Thank you, Dr. Un. Dr. Masila, what sort of challenges you have faced?
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, basically, as I could say, as a women engineer and scientist, the challenge is how can I be stand tall together, same as the male engineers, and how can I convince the industries and also the other universities to work together with me. But somehow Malaysian industry, I mean, in my area, software industries, they are very open and supportive. For example, IBM, they are very open heart to and also open mind with their engineers to work together. But I'm still thinking the another challenge is on the bureaucracy of our organization itself. Okay, if we can minimize that, that will be the growth of the success will be much faster. But somehow that process, I could say the LABAC teach us a lot. We learn from the hard way, and somehow at this level, I don't think it's a kind of big problem, but it's kind of a challenge to do better. I think that's all.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Masila. Dr. Emily Leong, so the audience would like to hear what sort of challenges you have encountered so far.
I think the biggest challenge is to juggle between my work, and as an engineer and as a mom for my children and as a wife. I think let me share my first challenge was when I actually quit my job as a product engineer. Then I went into the world of research, and the research work is in fact it is very challenging because I changed my field from the E&E electrical to more to material science and process, where just now I shared that I have to wear the whole jumpsuit uniform. I have to retrain myself with the new process. I need to become a wire bond engineer. But I think is one of the criteria women has is, I think is we are stronger than we think we can. Once we set, we can do it, and don't think of U-turn. We can arrange, and we are, God have created us beautifully complex, and just given the time, we do one task at a time, we can solve the problem and we can do it even better. And another second challenge I would say is that because previously the past 10 years I was with the industry, and now I'm in the academic line, so the job scope is kind of very different. I have to really learn to be a lecturer, how to supervise my students in their research. So this is actually a real challenge. And in terms of research area, because previously that I did my research in the factory, this is something that to continue the research, I need to bring my student into the factory. So, and this is quite challenging in a sense. So currently, that's why I have created my another research path is into the Internet of Things. So as an engineer, so I have to be positive because we have to really cannot stop at one point. If not, we can't grow. So this is my my challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Emily Leong. So now I would like to announce the end of the National Conference on Contributions of National Development by Malaysian Women Scientists. We would like to invite Datuk Chu to present her closing remark. Thank you, all the ladies.
Thank you very much, Prof. Leong.
Thank you.
Yang berbahagia Dan Sri, Datuk-datuk, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to deliver the closing remarks for this conference held in conjunction with International Women's Day. Today, we saw a glimpse of the power of women scientists in Malaysia. With power and passion, our speakers who have scaled the heights of science shared their vast experiences, valuable knowledge, and achievements in various fields of science. The resonating theme throughout their presentations was dedication and passion. No doubt, they played an inspirational role in our national development. Ladies and gentlemen, science and society are not discrete entities. The direction of science cannot be viewed from a single perspective. It depends on the interplay of diverse knowledge communities. It is important for scientists to explore how their research influences the wider world. Social science should thus be integral to science, technology, and innovation, or STI, and our science education system should prepare researchers to meet the wider requirements of society. Social sciences are often not given due importance by the scientific community. However, social sciences and STI complement each other, and social sciences can be instrumental in producing critical thinking and globally connected people. In this context, the Academy of Sciences Malaysia has recognized social science as integral to STI and has admitted lawyers and architects as fellows of its prestigious institution. I'm pleased that MINDS has also given social scientists the recognition owed to them, and we have had the privilege today of learning about the impact and experience of trailblazing social scientists, namely in the field of law and architecture or built environment, in addition to those in STI. Ladies and gentlemen, we were honored to have Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ambika, recipient of the MINDS Outstanding Woman Lifetime Achievement Award, deliver today's keynote address. She articulated the fact that the coronavirus pandemic has presented a range of new challenges to democracy and human rights. She explored the inequality prevalent in our society that have worsened during this pandemic. It has harmed health, education, social and economic well-being worldwide, with women at the center. Dato' Ambika stressed that we as a society must do to address these inequalities. She highlighted the fact that while we must address these inequalities, we must not lose sight of what might be an even bigger global crisis, namely climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the creation of a built environment consumes tremendous energy and resources and thus affects our ecological system. Architects, therefore, owe a responsibility not only to the health and safety of those using their design products, but also extends to the effect that their creations have on the local and global environment. They have a key role in sustainable development. Architect Amar Sama eloquently highlighted the fact that master planning, reforestation, landscaping, recycling, and building design will all have to be addressed if we, as inhabitants and caretakers of this planet, are to hand over this precious earth to our future generations. Who should know better than architect Amas, whose family retreat in Kuang, Selangor, that she designed based on the principles of sustainability and the cycle of life, and was built using recycled wood, won first prize in the Malaysian Wood Awards in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, many people don't realize how important oral health is to overall health and vitality. A beautiful smile can do wonders for your self-esteem and health. Professor To Chun Kiat emphasized the need for a paradigm shift in oral health care and dental education. She gave the staggering statistic that, based on a survey, 41.5% of the elderly population had lost all their teeth. Even more shocking was her revelation that 2.8% in the 35 to 44 years age group are completely toothless. However, there is hope as advances in restorative dentistry are helping restore both teeth and tooth function. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Yvonne Lim gave an intriguing insight into unraveling the secrets of the gutworms. They have lived and co-evolved with us since the dawn of civilization. How have they managed to escape our immune system since time immemorial? Perhaps, like the gut microbiome, gut worms can actually be useful and can be regulate our immune system. Perhaps they act as a safe house for beneficial bacteria, and deworming actually reduces gut microbial diversity. This is exactly what Prof. Yvonne Lim's fascinating research uncovered. Gut worms in low doses can play a beneficial role in conditions like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and irritable bowel syndrome, and may be used in the future treatment of certain diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, Associate Prof. Dr. Woon Cheng-ing, co-recipient of the Young Woman Scientist Award, described her journey to becoming good enough in a male-dominated world. Human cancer has been one of the most difficult problems that has resisted many therapeutic regimes. However, molecular targeted therapies are revolutionizing therapeutics, which interfere with specific molecules to block growth and spread of cancer. Her groundbreaking work in molecular targeted therapy holds the basis for precision medicine. Her key findings highlight the importance of customizing treatments for patients with different cancer mutation profiles to ensure optimum treatment outcome. Requirements engineering, as its name suggests, is the engineering discipline of establishing user requirements and specifying software systems. According to Associate Prof. Dr. Masila Kamaluddin, co-recipient of the Young Woman Scientist Award, requirements engineering is the most critical stage in software development life cycles. It is essential for the software requirements to fulfill the basic quality attributes of the 3 C's: correctness, completeness, and consistency. In her talk, she described Test Me Red, an automated requirements engineering assistant tool that she and team developed for early validation of requirements. It is heartening that this technology has gained the attention and acceptance of local and international software industries. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth industrial revolution, or IR 4.0, is changing how we live, work, and communicate. Robots and artificial intelligence are the agents of change that are transforming the manufacturing and other sectors. Dr. Emily Leong, who broke into the male-dominated world of engineering, shared her experiences working as a woman engineer in the electrical and electronics semiconductor industry. She described the history of electrical and electronics industry and its growth in Malaysia through the Industrial Revolution and highlighted the importance of education in the engineering field to realize our national policy on Industrial 4.0 and the future of women engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, IR 4.0 is not only transforming the manufacturing sector, but also the agriculture sector, as pointed out by Dr. Tan Siu Lian in describing the many facets of agriculture. As alluded to by Dr. Tan, agriculture has played and continues to play a key role in human sustenance and economy. It is in fact the backbone of our nation's economy. It was stimulating to follow Dr. Tan as she traced her personal journey in the vocation in agricultural science, the choices she made, her career path, and the proud successes. Congratulations to our eminent speakers today who have done our country proud and unleash their women power in all its dimensions. It has indeed been an honor to be among such accomplished individuals. However, nowhere in the world can women claim to have all the same rights and opportunities as men. Despite significant advances, real change has been painfully slow for most girls and women worldwide. It is a sad fact that not a single country in the world has achieved gender equality. Despite their tremendous potential, women and girls continue to be underappreciated. According to the World Economic Forum's 2017 Global Gender Gap Report, gender parity won't happen for more than 200 years. Global action should be intensified to achieve gender equality and human rights for all women and girls. MINDS will continue to highlight the tremendous contribution of women scientists. These outstanding women who are in the front lines of scientific endeavors can play a pivotal role in inspiring and sparking more interest and confidence among girls and women to pursue studies and careers in science. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Malaysian Invention and Design Society MINDS, I would like to thank each and every one of you, the sponsors, panel of judges of the awards, speakers, members of the media, participants, the conference organizing committee, and all those who have in one way or another helped make the conferences possible and successful at this challenging time of the pandemic. Your presence and support have been invaluable and is gratefully appreciated. To the students and future scientists who are among the participants today, I hope you got an overview of the possible career opportunities from our eminent scientists. My personal wish is for you to find your place in science or social science. We look forward to seeing all of you again next year at MINDS' third Women's Conference series on 5th March 2022. Once again, thank you everyone. All the best and stay well. Thank you.